Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Welcome to day 2 of 6. Yeah, right. All right, well, we'll get things fired up here. We'll start off with the Office of Human Rights.
So good morning, Commissioners. Chris Rose, Office of Management and Budget. I have Belinda Amundsen sitting next to me again. You remember her from yesterday. Jeffrey Lorick is the Executive Director, sitting up here. We have Carol Strickland that helps out quite a bit, not here today, but she really helps Belinda and all of us put their budget together. And Bettina Barron, back over there we go. Good. So everybody's represented, and Belinda, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chris, and good morning again, Commissioners. Starting with the first page, the department's FY26 budget request is just under $1.5 million, and it is funded strictly by the general fund. Moving to the top of page 2 to efficiencies and cost-saving measures, the department runs a very lean budget, so as a result for the FY26 budget, the department has already decreased all possible expenditures, so any cost savings or efficiencies this year were restricted. In FY25, the department reduced expenditures by over $6,000 by certifying their own staff to provide mediation services, and they reduced their FY25 budget by over $2,000 by examining historical spending and reducing their budget as a result. Moving to the budget drivers section in the middle of page 2, the overall budget is increasing by nearly $38,000 over FY25. Revenues are expected to decrease by just over $68,000. Personnel services are increasing by just over $8,000, and that's due to FRS increases. And the department's FTE remains unchanged at 10. Operating expenses increases nearly $30,000 due to the purchase of equipment, computer equipment, and an increase in interpretation services. And that moves us to the middle of page 2, decision packages. The first decision package is for interpretation services the department provides. These costs, as well as the cost of all 3 decision packages, have been included in the budget numbers that you see. The second decision package is for computer equipment that has been provided for by grants in previous years, but those grants were not available this year. And the last decision package is for a small increase in postage. And with that, I'll pass the conversation over to Jeffrey.
Good morning, Commissioners. The Office of Human Rights, which I'm really proud of, is one of the best human rights offices around the nation, and we hear that from our federal partners. And we continue to have strong relationships with our federal partners, EEOC and HUD. We've passed all of our audits. We've received our substantially equivalent notifications, and we passed successfully all of our audits from HUD and EEOC. Our team continues its outreach in terms of informing the Pinellas County community that we're in business and we're show up everywhere. Wherever there's an outreach opportunity, we take advantage of it. Thank you.
Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to say, as the new chair of the Office of Human Rights Board, we had the presentation that was made to us regarding the budget at our meeting on last week, and we unanimously approved the recommendations that are being presented here before you. The reason for the increase in postage, or the request for increase in postage, is because we are required and mandated by law to mail certain things, and there has been an uptick in some of the claims and requests, and so we're required to mail those items, and that's why the increase in the budget. And all of those items have been included in the overall budget and have been preliminarily recommended by administration.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I just had a couple of people, and far be it from me to be a website person that critiques websites, but I've just had a couple of folks that have said they have a difficulty navigating the web page for your office. I bragged yesterday about the property appraiser site because I go on it and use it all the time. I don't yours, so I'm not speaking from experience, just a couple of folks, and just wondered what your thoughts were on that, and that was all.
Well, we haven't received any of those concerns. We haven't heard in our department that there are some concerns or difficulties navigating our website. A few years ago, things change, and now departments are responsible for kind of organizing their own web pages. But we'll go back and do a review. I'll get with my staff. We'll get back and do a review and see what we might be able to do to improve that if folks are having difficulty accessing.
Figuring out the paths to go down. So just a comment, and you guys take a look at it and see what you think.
Appreciate it. We will do, sir.
Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Wiki?
Thank you, Chair. With the two decision packages outside of postage, I mean, how are we, funding those with a, $17 million gap in our general fund budget?
Well, the interpreting services, it's
Is that required?
Yes, it is, and they've seen it.
Federally or state?
Yeah, it's a Title VI obligation we have
Okay.
for limited English proficiency.
And so we made a recommendation that, at this point, we've made a recommendation that because they've seen an uptick, and we have to do it if the need's there. If they obviously don't have the need, then they won't spend the money. It's very specific to that.
Are we able to phase the second decision package?
And then the laptops we replaced, the reason they're not in their budget, they're in a replacement cycle with BTS on every other department. They've been able to go after grants to replace them in the past, and so it's not in the normal replacement cycle because they've been effective with grants. But all of our departments keep the replacement cycle up on equipment like that. That way it has current licensing and everything.
What's the cycle?
Yeah, we have a replacement cycle is 3 or 4 years. 3 years. It's a 3-year replacement cycle. And you wouldn't notice it as much as a percentage-wise, except their budget's small. In a Kelly's budget, it would be built in. You wouldn't even really notice it.
Yeah, I guess I just don't understand how we're paying for it with a $17.4 million gap. So I guess we'll wait to find out.
Well, those are preliminary ideas. We've put on what we think or will recommend. Obviously, when we present the budget, it'll have to be balanced. So that doesn't mean that every decision package that we've currently said yes to will end up in the final budget. That's going to be the sausage making that occurs over the next month or so.
There'll be an internal reconciliation conference.
Probably better words than I used.
Yeah, right. All right. Any other questions? Commissioner Sheriff?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I had just, I had some questions. I noticed that I was reading what the purpose of the department is, and I was thinking to myself, the FDPR has licenses with FREC to regulate housing discrimination. We got the Florida Department of Human Relations, which does the same thing. We also have independent agencies like the, FREC that review cases of discrimination. We have the Federal Housing Development, we have the EEOC, and we have the Department of Labor, which, their job is to do many of the things that the purpose of this department is for. So I guess I was wondering, are we supplementing what the state and the federal agencies are doing, or is this for compliance with the requirements they're putting on the county?
We get paid to do investigations on behalf of HUD and EEOC. They're called FAPs and FIPs around the nation. The workload in fair housing discriminations would be so cumbersome on the federal levels that they fund agencies like FIP and FAP to do their investigations on their behalf. So when we do an investigation locally, it's just like HUD or EEOC are doing the investigation. That's why we have substantial equivalency and strict regs that we have to comply with. And also, our ordinance has to mirror the fair housing ordinance as well.
So they contact you and ask you to investigate, or the HUD or the state will contact you and say, look into this, or?
They will refer cases that come in our jurisdiction that are filed on the federal level. Mm-hmm. They refer them to our office for investigation. We also receive walk-ins and other ways, other means to receive investigations of alleged discrimination, acts of discrimination.
Okay. I didn't understand. I appreciate you letting me know.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Typically, we receive from HUD over $200,000 for our investigations, and EEOC somewhere around $80,000, $90,000 we get for doing investigations, reimbursements.
Quick question. Typically, does that cover 100% of our costs, internal costs for doing those investigations? Does not?
Sorry, no, it doesn't.
Okay.
It does cover a large portion, but I can do a quick calculation to compare the two real quick. Give me a moment.
Sure.
We've got a department that's 1 point some odd million, so, you've got a couple, maybe, $250,000, $300,000 of revenue. But we also remember they do have a wage theft ordinance. That's our ordinance that they also enforce. And so they do investigations like that. So there's local ordinances and state and federal.
And through our wage theft recovery program, over the 6 years that it's been in place, we've recovered over $400,000 back in the pockets of citizens who have been underpaid.
Yeah, I just want to ask I must have the wrong budget. I don't see any funds coming from a federal agency into the. I just got this. It all comes out of the general fund. That's why I didn't.
The revenue is in there, but it's way back in the back. I was trying to find it too.
Oh, okay.
It's back on,
Let's see what page that is.
I believe you. I just didn't see it in there. That's one of the reasons I was asking who's funding it.
back on page 10.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. They get revenue from HUD and taking EEOC cases, referrals from both. And you'll see the decrease in the revenue this year out of an abundance of caution, just expecting a little bit of a decrease.
Okay, can we ask them for more?
We'd love to.
We do. We do. They make more. They make more referrals. Because of the transition, we haven't been receiving as many referrals from the federal level from HUD and EEOC. Just recently, they have stepped up those referrals, sending them to our office for investigation.
Hey, do you send the wage theft to the state and the feds that are supposed to be investigating that and getting recoveries, or do they send it to you?
You'll be surprised it doesn't exist around the state. We're one of the few jurisdictions that has a wage theft recovery program. We get calls often, people calling what wage and means, and they give them our local number, and they're not in our jurisdiction. So yeah, it's a local ordinance. It is county ordinance. Yep.
I just figured the Department of Labor had a program for that, and you're saying they don't. Huh.
They haven't called up, and there's a few other jurisdictions that have a local wage theft.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? All right, thank you very much.
If we can, just wish Jeffrey the very best. He's announced his retirement.
Oh,
and
congratulations.
So we.
Let him say that.
Well, he would have gotten up and left, and I didn't want to go without recognizing him and thanking him for all his service and commitment to the county.
Thank you.
Being the director of the Office of Human Rights has been one of the greatest privileges I've ever had in my life. I work with a very committed staff. We have long tenured employees, many of them over 20+ years of employment. They are dedicated to the work. My compliance manager is amazing in terms of making sure that we follow all of the federal rules and regs, and we've never had a write-up, discipline from our federal partners because we handle our business. So it's been a great privilege to be the director of that office and to work for Pinellas County government. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, best wishes.
Okay, number 2's fine, so let's move on to number 3. All right, Chris.
So Commissioner Shira Hegde is coming to join me here at the table. She is the budget analyst that beat up the county administrator for his budget. And
Oh, he ain't seen nothing yet.
I got to go get coffee.
So Shira, once she's all set, she'll start going. But yeah, Barry's of course, head of this one, so we're not going to have anybody at the table over here. So Shira, are you ready?
Yes,
Good.
thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Starting with the purpose, as you will see for the County Administrator at the top of page 1, the department encompasses 5 divisions, including County Administration, Communications, Office of Management and Budget, Office of Resilience and Asset Management, and Workforce Relations. Next, you'll see the financial overview of the department in the budget summaries table. The County Administrator comprises of the General Fund, the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA Fund, and the Community Development Block Disaster Recovery, or CDBG-DR Fund. And we'll get into the details of the numbers as we get into the budget drivers in just a moment. As we transition to the efficiencies and cost savings section in the middle of page 2, here are some measures the department has implemented to improve cost efficiency. In FY26, the department negotiated lower costs in professional services, lowered the cost of printer leases, reduced travel and per diem expenses, and aligned operating costs to match estimates and prior year actuals. In FY25, the department was able to realize a total cost reduction of $197,000, and these included vacancies being filled at a lower rate, a position downgrade, and a reduction in overtime pay. Budget drivers. We are now at the top of page 3. The general fund budget for the county administrator is $12.7 million, which is a $950 increase from the FY25 budget. And this does not include a general salary increase. Personnel services increases by $153,000 to $11.9 million due to increased FRS costs, a leave payout for a long-term employee, as well as the addition of a new Assistant County Administrator, or ACA, position. County Administrator's FTE increases by 1 to 82, and this is due to the addition of the new ACA position that will support the People First Pinellas Community Development Block Disaster Recovery, which is charged to the program. Operating expenses decreases by $145,000 to $708,000. This is primarily driven by a reduction in PC purchases due to the county's computer replacement plan. Additional factors include a reduction in professional and other contractual services needed for various design studies, closed captioning services, and Questica system support. This also includes a reduction in travel and per diem expenses, as well as operating supplies. Capital outlay also decreases by $7,000 to $32,000 due to the annual equipment replacement plan. Moving to decision packages, there was one decision package submitted, and is a request from OMB to fund and establish a budget analyst talent pipeline program aimed at addressing employee retention while strategically developing our future workforce for budget analyst positions, partnering with local colleges, universities, and recent graduates with master's degrees. The funding presented in this document includes the county administrator's preliminary recommendation not to fund this decision package for the FY26 proposed budget. User fees. The Communications Division is doing away with 4 fees and raising 1 to offset general fund costs, and this attachment can be found on the last page. I'd like to now hand it over to Barry.
Well, good morning, Commissioners. It's pretty straightforward in terms of our budget. The main, obviously, you know what we focused on. The big change this year is you'll see there's been several changes. One, like the construction division was moved out over under Bill Greer. And so that's just a reorganization. So some of the roll-up numbers will be different. There's no actual change, but we've also aligned to where, like they said, OMB, communications, and workforce was already there. And so, and Office of the Resiliency and Asset Management also comes under the County Administrator's Office. That reports to Jill. So we've kind of made those reorganizations internally. There's been no net change except for the addition of Matt. So my intent there is right now, as you know, Matt is full-time trying to stand up this program. Over the next year, And the reason we elevated that position is, you know, unlike any other jurisdiction that's rolled out a program like this, we have 23 other cities in which to deal with. And so we really needed that focus and that attention. The intent long-term is to bring that back, you know, and allow a program manager within that program run that program. But that'll be, you know, a year or two out. I want to see these programs stand up. So that's a short-term issue. We'll then bring that back in with a vacancy and align those long-term. And so, you know, that'll be a timing issue dependent upon, you know, how everything rolls out. We are taking a look, and you may see in my budget recommendation, we also took a position, as you know, from the County Commissioner's Office up to do boards and committees. We're going to try to absorb that within our existing workload and actually reduce a administrative position. And so we're taking a look at that. You'll probably see that in my recommended budget. But that's an internal issue that we're working with now, and you know, especially with Della retiring, that's, you know, kind of a big deal in terms of our structure. And so. Yeah, she'd been dancing. So those are some of the internal organizational issues. We thought I may keep that on the book and keep it vacant and see how it works. But those are some of the internal workings that we're trying to look at. So be happy to answer any questions.
Question? Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you. On page 5, do you mean ARPA under Office of Management and Budget? Do you mean ARPA, or is there a APRA?
No, that is ARPA. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just, I thought it
Oh,
was.
it's misspelled.
It's spelled wrong.
Yeah, APRA.
Yeah,
should be
it's APRA, so I didn't know if it was
ARPA.
ARPA funding or spelled something
That's a
different.
typo.
Yes.
Okay, and then, oh my gosh. For the CDBG-DR funds, Barry, that you have on there, is that just that percentage that you can take for administrative costs from that and
What-
place it in that,
What
in
page? What page are you on? I'm sorry.
hold on. I'm sorry. I thought I had marked it. On page 2, CDBG Disaster Recovery, 2025. You just have personnel
So,
services.
we have the 213,000 and the
Right, is that just the
15,000.
administrative costs?
Go ahead and answer that,
you
Chris.
can take out of that?
That's this year's cost. It's just a placeholder at the moment. We've got the big plan coming still.
Okay,
So we're currently working on the staffing plan for the CDBG-DR. That'll be brought to you as we formulate that, and so that'll identify the positions to actually run the program. We've said in the past, we're gonna try to outsource absolutely as much as possible under this program, but there will be some positions that'll show up to be charged back to the grant. But then, you know, we're trying to turn that. There'll be like some positions over in the circuit court clerk, okay, Ken Burke's office, a position for a program manager, and I think communication. There's about 5 positions, I believe, that we have targeted right now. That may change. When we bid that stuff out, we may determine that we can't get the proper oversight by bidding it out. So that's a work in progress. But all that'll be brought back before you as we go along.
okay. And the only reason I'm gonna bring this up is because, as you said, the recommendation was going to probably be across several departments for the analyst, the budget analyst, the training analyst position.
Yeah.
And the more I thought about that when I left here, and Wade said that he was bringing on a 4th recruiting person. Oftentimes, persons who do recruiting and/or talent management is what they call it. They also have the ability to work in some of these components. I'm just throwing it out there
Yeah,
for a thought.
they do.
Because I know that your recommendation is not to fund the position, but as I left here yesterday and started thinking about the fact that he was bringing on that 4th person, and that we have several departments that are keeping their personnel at the level at which they are, that may be something that that person or persons within his department may be able to do. I don't know, but anyway, just throwing that out.
There's a combination. So training and development is a big area for us. It's a huge area that we have more opportunity to take advantage of. we need to train our future leaders, okay, internally. I think probably the biggest issue that I see as an area that we can improve on is hiring from within.
Right.
Okay, it's good for morale, it gets trained people, but we have to have training programs in place to be able to get people ready to take on those higher levels of responsibility. It's internal to career ladders to get people ready for those next higher things, as Kelly outlined very well yesterday. But we also have to have talent pipeline for future first-line managers and things like that. Wade brought on a talent manager that's going to lead this area, and we got to get that balance between what his shop does and what Amanda over in our workforce group does. So we don't want to duplicate those efforts. We have a better sync. And there may be positions that are needed out in the departments, but I'd rather first try to get these programs up and get them fully operating before we determine the needs within individual areas. It'll also change with the types of positions as we implement the ERP system that we talked about yesterday. You know, my own experience is that we're going to roll this out, and it's going to be a different type of position that keeps it going because there's training with that. There's module improvements for the various areas that'll cross departments. And so we'll learn more as we go through implementation on that. So I'd rather react rather than try to predict and put positions on. I'd rather wait and see what the needs are before we move on those areas.
Well, and the other reason I thought about that is because oftentimes, which I think is very good, they will put out potential trainings online, and it's all around, Human Resources Department will, and it's all around individuals' desire to move up in certain areas, and so some of those trainings just help me. But anyway, again, that was just my thought process on the way riding home, because I see a lot of those trainings. I think they're absolutely wonderful. We certainly want to keep talent in-house. I would like for us to keep talent in-house, and certainly a talent pipeline is the way in which to do it, because it gives people something to look forward to, knowing that if I stay with this company 10 years or 15 years, this is where I could possibly be. So that's, again, nothing you have to do. I just thought about it, a way to
We're very focused on
have
that.
it internal, but yeah.
We're very focused on that, and especially around succession planning and training, giving our employees the opportunity. We have employees that are, ready and willing to step up. We don't necessarily have the training programs to support them stepping into those managerial roles. And I think I've said this before the commission, through COVID and kind of the downturn, we had a backfill of positions where we put people in management positions and not trained them on, overseeing employee time cards, how to do discipline, all those various basic skill sets that are different as you move up in grade. We closed that gap through workforce, and we outsourced that training, and we got everybody trained. Now, how do we sustain that going forward as part of this balance between trying to get these all this talent effort aligned and having standardized programs, not just for when you go into a managerial role. The next step would be having pipelines for future leaders, and so there's a lot more we can do with that, but I assure you we're really focused on working to improve that area.
And my last question is, I see where there, you are, I guess for technology, for a computer or laptops or whatever, you're not going to renew or replace.
We go off the replacement cycle of BTS.
Okay. All righty.
Say again? Yeah, we go off a replacement cycle, so whenever it comes up through BTS.
Yeah.
we'll plug it
Just
in.
thinking, because I know Windows 11 has done their whole new thing where if you don't upgrade your system, you lose your data, and so that's why I was asking when I saw that. But, okay, y'all got
I
it?
can assure you they did, because I have a laptop at home and it wouldn't work because I didn't bring it in for so long, and so it cut me out. So yesterday they got it back online. So they enforce their policies, and that's a good thing.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me the extra time, Mr. Chair.
All right, Commissioner Eggers, and we'll go to Commissioner.
Yeah, mine's quick, under performance measures. Anytime I see something in the $2 billion range, I just want to make sure I understand what advertising value equivalency means. What is that? It's the first line under performance measures, and it talks about a $2 billion value. So I just wanted to make sure what that might be.
That's a communications measurement, and it's essentially the value of the free media that we get. That communications is out there working to get all the free positive media that we can.
So that's communications value of, or estimate of their value to, wow, you guys are really good. 2 billion. Anyway, that's what that is.
That's what that is.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to see if you were slipping something through at the $2 billion level.
I've tried that, it never works, so, you know.
All right, that's all I had.
Commissioner Wiggy.
Thank you, Chair. Barry, looking at, the admin budget, I kind of see some trends that surprise me, a little bit, and kind of like to understand your perspective. Can we talk through some of these together?
Say again?
Can we talk through some of them together, some of the trends? Yeah. So executive salaries, 4 years, 20% increase, 5% a year. What's kind of the driver for that? Just in salaries, base salaries.
I'm going back to your line item that you're focused around. I have to look at that. The salaries are whatever the board's approved over each year. I'm sure there's changes in position types and stuff like that account for that. A lot of the positions, for those, maybe, we hired somebody from the outside and they came in at a higher rate. I'd have to look at back, but the positions are whatever the board has approved. There hasn't been any additions except for the one with Matt that we talked about, and then the upgrade or bringing that position up from downstairs. And those would factor into those executive salaries there, where we brought in a position and come into that overall amount. Would that be part of that cost, Chris?
Yeah, so that 5.46 from budget to budget, 25 to 26, is essentially that one position.
The boards and committees position that was transferred up, so that would account for at least part of that cost.
Right, and so, you talked about, hiring the one new ACA to, handle the HUD money. So would they then no longer work with the county once that program's over?
Correct. What I was talking about is, so Matt's in that position, and so as we get further along in that program, then I'll look to bring that position back and transfer that over to the program manager that'll be responsible for the program at some point in the future, or I'll go back to the 4 ACAs.
Okay.
Which will be several years down the road.
Yeah, we need to stand up the programs, and I'll look for a time where I have another vacancy to be able to equalize that out.
Yeah, and I see, FTE counts increasing each year. Have we ever thought about implementing, like a 1 and 2 backfill policy?
Well, they actually haven't increased, okay? You look at that, but remember, there's a lot of things going on. We're pushing, like this year, we're bringing in, Office of Management and Budget under the county administrator. Some of those are reorganizations. We have not been increasing positions in the county administrator's office, except for those that I outlined. So when I bring communication used to be over its own budget, its own department. We made that an office of the county administrator's office. Same thing with Office of Management and Budget. We brought that there. And so we've realigned, not increased. And we wanted them to be part of our office because they're really a asset for us and the commission. And we just thought it made sense for them to be divisions of the county administrator's office versus separate departments.
Well, I think it, kind of has increased a little bit, like, the communications department. You bring up a good point. Again, 4-year period, almost a $600,000 increase. What's the real, justifiable return, I guess, to the taxpayers?
The communications, again, is we haven't increased positions on that. I'd have to go back and look at what is what's accounted for in the cost. But we, if it's the annual raise amount, because of the number of positions, and it's the annual raise amount. It has not, they have not increased in the head count.
All right, would it be possible to do like a budget to spend? Like, because, going, line item by line item, I mean, each line item is, somewhat, padded, it seems like to me.
They're not. I mean, we go through every department. This is the stuff that occurs before it comes here. As we said, we meet, they go, the Office of Management budget, our budget analysts go through each department, through each line item, and get justification for each one of those. And they look at the spend, and if they didn't spend, they look at why we shouldn't bring that down. So that scrubbing has occurred. Like I said yesterday in Jeremy's office, he would love to have, engineers, but he can't hire them. Doesn't mean that it isn't needed. It's directly tied back to the programs that you approved through his budget to be able to implement. And so there's vacancies there, not because of the need, it's just that for the recruiting standpoint, has been able to hire it. And we have that throughout the organization. But we look at those and we try to reduce that before it ever comes to you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just, have to disagree with you. I mean, you look at memberships, this year 25 to date, we only spent $8,000. And no year in the last 3 years have we spent more than $13,000 on memberships, but yet you're increasing the budget for next year to over $21,000. So, I mean, it's just hard to understand.
Let's go to that particular thing. As we saw, memberships means a lot of different things.
I understand that, and I'm not discrediting their impact. I'm just saying it seems like
again,
it's
so
over-budgeted.
here, I would have to go back and look. We're rolling different groups into the county administrator's office. So would that be, that would be a transfer in those membership costs, I would imagine? I can get you a better breakdown on that, why it's going from the 12,900 to 21,900. It's a $9,000 increase. It's a fair question. I think that probably is going to be a realignment. So if you look at the two line items from 25, so it was 22,000. It's going to, well, no. Let me go back and look at it.
Yeah, and, again, to the chair's, opening message yesterday, not to get into details, I mean, I think, the FRS, at 8% of the actual, I mean, is only, 30, 40,000, but yet we're ballooning it to, additional 200,000. So, I just think there's a lot of line items that aren't being budgeted to the actual spent. And so I just, really recommend that, that's truly done. Because people are looking at these line items and comparing them to last year and where we are at this year. So if we could just really hone in on that budget to what we spent, I would really appreciate that.
Well, but some of those, and we will absolutely look at that, and we have, but we probably can do more. But again, on like the retirement contributions, we had vacancies, and so those unfilled vacancies goes to the actual spend from the previous year. We anticipate being fully, fully staffed, and so it's not like we can eliminate the positions. I mean, those positions have a purpose, and so we have to fund the FRS rate at the projected staffing levels in the budget.
Yeah, then I'll recommend to the board, as you talked earlier, that we look at eliminating those vacant positions that you said you're already looking at eliminating.
No, I didn't say that, okay? I said that we look at each one of those positions in the recommended budget that's before you. We've looked to eliminate positions where we thought we could do without. You're just saying that because it hasn't been filled that there isn't a need. There is a need, and work gets done because of the positions. And so what we've recommended in here includes positions where we have eliminated positions. The others are recommended to continue to stay in the budget because the positions are needed to perform the work that you all have approved.
Yeah, again, I would just, appreciate, a budget to our actual spent, not a padded budget. So thank you.
Well, just reminded, this is not the final one. In July will be the final one. So they'll go back and look and tweak where they can tweak.
I have a question, just following up on the last word that you used, which was padded. I'm not seeing necessary positions that are still thought as vital to the organization's performance as padded. Now, if it's been unfilled for a year and you're struggling with filling it again for whatever reason, then maybe you take another look at it, in my opinion. But at the same time, there are, and I'm presuming that we've done a lot of that, Barry, that when we look at positions that either haven't been filled or we're actually doing well, just well enough without, that we do eliminate those.
That's correct.
And the ones that we really feel are vital to the strategic implementation, we keep. Again, I think they all deserve scrutiny each year, and that's what you're doing, but I just want to separate those two out.
And
Because
you're-
one of the things that we did 3 or 4 years ago, maybe it was 5 years ago when you came, was get rid of the padded.
We did.
We had a lot of padded, so
Closed out a lot of positions.
very sensitive to the term padded, because I felt that we had a lot built in that we weren't really.
If you look at the total head count over the last 5 years, you'll see it very flat. Yet we've increased, like in parks, okay, where we come to you with a plan on what we have failed to do in parks. We didn't have any maintenance people, for instance, down in Fort DeSoto. So somebody would be dispatched from Drew Street to drive to Fort DeSoto to do electrical repair or, whatever. That's probably too technical. But we put in place, we had no dedicated people at Wheaton Island. And so when we had a senior that was lost out there, it took us dispatching somebody to help the cop find the person from Fort DeSoto, and with a delay of hours, and stuff. So you approved a plan to staff up. So when you're including and you're looking at the total numbers, we actually went down. It's fairly static because you approved certain increases in targeted areas for specific needs. But when we go through each budget, and I could go through department by department, I'm pulling up our budget that we met with the department. So in communications, it identifies a project coordinator management position. The vacancy date was February 15th, 2025. Social media coordinator, vacancy date February 28th, 2025. If I go over to any department, emergency management, it'll identify vacant positions and the date it's been there. Any position that's been an extended vacancy, they have to justify how to keep that position. And we go through that department by department, position by position, for Kelly's shop, or parks, for any of them. We challenge of whether or not the position is still needed based upon the vacancy, and they have to give a justification as to why. And there's a variety of reasons. Each one would have its own story behind it. But OMB challenges it, and they bring it to me, and I challenge it. And then we have that individual position by position discussion at these internal budget meetings ahead of presenting these here at you today.
Well, I would presume that depending on the position you're talking about, that from the moment that it's vacated or the moment you think it's going to be vacated and you start looking for a replacement, interview the replacements, whittle down the choices to 1 or 2 maybe people that are going to get more interviews, and go through that entire process. The entire process could take, I don't know, a month on the short end to maybe 6 to 10 months on the out. So I just want to. There's a real difference in understanding what, like, we have an interim, communications department director right now.
Not anymore, but
There's-
as of a couple of days ago, no,
Okay.
but that's a great example.
Then I
So-
take that one off the table
Yeah.
for discussion. Congratulations.
But just like that, I just flipped open a department, okay, and this is Animal Services. So they have a vet position that has been vacant since January of 2024, okay? So why is it still there? Because they've tried to fill it and haven't been able to. Now, you'll go over to the contractual services and see an increase where they've had to contract out for services of what haven't been able to fill internally. So we go through that and talk about that. Should we just make it a contractual, for instance, and not even try to hire internal? And so there, we did a position audit. They did an upgrade to the salary for it based upon the market, and now they're re-advertising and trying to go after that. That's a specific example of how we go through the details of those. I think in Public Works yesterday, they had 30-some positions that were vacant, you know? It's not that they aren't needed, okay? And in fact, you know, like, for instance, mowers, people that mow, we need those positions, or we have to pay to contract it out because the work has to get done. So, you know, there's a variety of those, and so you can't just take out an individual line and compare it to actuals. There's a story behind each one. We go through those in great detail, position by position during the budget process.
Right, yeah, and I mean, I'm not, you know, again, talking about people that cut grass or do vets. I mean, you're talking about administrative people, top level, you know, so again, you know, I don't want the narrative framed that it's people that cut grass, spray for mosquitoes, pick up trash. Well, we don't have anyone to pick up trash. But, you know, vets, you know, it's administrators getting, you know, 5% pay increases to their salary every year for the last 4 years.
Well, actually, that's not the case. We just said that we transferred a position from downstairs up here. That goes into that number. So you have to back that out to come to the percentage increase. And again, you say administrators, that's communications people, okay? That's people on Office of Management and Budget. You know, Office of Management and Budget has down three budget analyst positions currently. They've advertised. I've been able to fill a couple. But they're down those positions. Those positions are needed, okay? They're not bureaucrats that aren't doing anything. And so that's work that needs to be filled. We just haven't been able to fill them.
Mr. Chair? Yes. I just want to share that whatever dollar amount for a increase across the board, 3% or 4% or whatever is decided, that is decided for everybody across the board, except we, the board, negotiate the salary for Barry. We negotiate the salary for Jewel. Those are the only two that will be the exception to the rule. Individuals in every department, whether they are director, frontline, or whatever, if we say 3%, they can get up to a 3% based on their review. So not everybody gets, you know, the 3% or 4% or whatever it is that we agree on salary-wise for the staff. Our salaries are set by state legislature, which is set by the revenue that comes into the county. So I don't know if that'll help Commissioner Nowicki, but since I've been here, we've never given authority for a 5% increase.
That's correct.
Because whatever we say, that's for everybody except those two people. Right. And then based on that person's annual review, they could be eligible for up to that top amount, or if they are put on an improvement plan or whatever, they sometimes don't get an increase because they have concerns that need to be addressed. So I don't know if that helps, but
That's exactly
I just wanted to
correct.
share that's how
That helps me a lot,
rate
Commissioner.
increases are determined, and how the department heads get this pot of money based on your employees and the percent that we say, and then based on the review, if they score 3 or 2 or 1 or 0, each person gets a percentage based on their review, and within that percentage, 3% or 4% or whatever it is that we vote. I didn't know if that would help. I just wanted to maybe explain that.
And in addition to that, we review Barry.
Yes.
And at least since I've been here, it's been Barry's sort of internal personal policy that
He gets what staff gets.
that he gets what staff gets.
Yeah.
So
That's
if we
correct.
decide 3% or whatever it is,
That's exactly right.
That's what he gets.
There's no merit base. They can't get above that. That's a whole nother discussion we've had with our employees, but they can't get above the amount that's authorized by the board. Right.
And FRS, employees pay a portion into FRS like we can, and then there's a percentage or a portion that's paid by the county. And then the increases in FRS as it relates to the sheriff's office and all of that, that is separate and apart. But anyway, I thought maybe that may give a little texture.
Yeah, a little
to
context.
how, So I hope that helps. I'm not sure, but.
Okay. All right. Well, just keep things moving. Commissioner Sherrod, do you have a
Well, first of all, thank you, Commissioner Flowers, for clarifying that. I didn't know how it worked. So I appreciate that. And Chris says that's the way it is, so that's great. I did have a question for Chris on resiliency and sustainability department. Is that a new department?
No,
Is
sir.
It jumped from 2024 or 23,000 to 315,000 in 2025, and I couldn't figure out why.
It is not a new department.
Let's dig into what you're talking about, Commissioner. So Office of Asset Management, do you have answers to that?
So I believe you're on page 8, right in the middle.
Page 8, yeah, it jumps from 23,000 to 315,000.
That's the sustainability piece of the Office of Resilience and Asset Management. So, help me out here. Is it an additional position? Yeah. From 1 to 2.
You understand that difference, Jill?
So we're allocating in '24 one position to that function on page 8, which is the sustainability function inside the Office of Resource and Asset Management. In '25 and '26, we're allocating 2 positions toward that. So overall, the department is not growing, but we're shifting between what the work is being done. So we're moving one from the asset side over to the sustainability side, or we did in '25.
Okay.
And-
It
and-
just jumped out at me.
So
things
overall,
like-
the programs are not increasing, but they're the ones, and you've met Robert before, they're looking at all of our infrastructure. They're using all they implement all that data focus to be able to then say, where do we target all of our capital funding? Do we try to replace a pipe because it's been broke 4 times, or do we line it because it's, so they work with the departments on data to be able to make good decisions in all of our asset improvement areas.
Yeah, and I saw that, and that was just a couple quick things about that, and also the workforce relations department. They seem to be doing the things just kind of like Commissioner Flowers said, workforce relations. I would have thought most of the stuff that you describe here would be handled by them. I know you want to have some in-house, but I'm just.
This is a area, and I don't mind answering it.
I'm just giving you some general thoughts.
Yeah, we don't want to duplicate the efforts of HR, but they don't do the same thing as the work of HR. So I have 2,200 employees. Let me give you just a little, quick history. We go into a disciplinary matter, let's just say years ago. Office of Human Resources would just take the case of whatever the department sent, right? And now we don't, they would get before the personnel board and we'd lose the case, or they wouldn't have the right information because we needed someone down with that department manager, making sure that they documented, making sure that they did an improvement plan, making all the things necessary within the department. So they become the hands-on person to help the departments, rather than each department having a personnel person like in Kelly's office where they can handle all the different issues that go on related. That becomes our area because we're such a large portion of the overall workforce where they're out hands-on with the departments. They also did the training and got that training program up. So we need to align that, and make sure, but we'll make sure that these are not duplication of each other, but they were absolutely needed to be able to address a lot of the internal human resource issues that we have for all of our different programs.
Yeah, just to Commissioner Scheer's point, just I wanted to, it's a great question, because this has been an issue that we've dealt with over the last 5, 6, 7 years. And it doesn't hurt to revisit and make sure that we kind of pulling out some of those needs that we're not getting addressed into a group that is more hands-on and there. So with the everyday manager dealing with issues. And so whether HR should be doing it, and have a different group that handles that more hands-on and takes it back, or stays there, that conversation can always be had.
It's a fair conversation, and I'm not trying to be defensive on it. It's an area that I stood up because when I got here 7 years ago, it didn't exist. I had, I couldn't walk down my hall in my office without somebody saying, this position needs to be upgraded. And I didn't have anybody that I could turn to make sure that review process had been strong and to make sure that within the different areas we didn't create internal equity issues, that it was properly classified based upon market data, and so there was things that HR wasn't doing at the time. They're doing some of that now. And so we've got to get the right alignment between the two, to your point, make sure they're not duplicating efforts. I meet with Amanda and with Wade monthly, and we walk through all the various issues that we're dealing with. And so where we can find efficiencies and reduce the size overall, we absolutely will. But we had a lot of pent-up issues that we've been dealing with for several years.
All right, I understand. I just wanted to point it out. It looked like duplicated efforts. And,
Right.
You're only spending $77,000 a year on training in your department, so whatever you could free up would be good for training. By the way, thank you for reducing your travel expenditures. I told you I'd be doing this to everybody. And if you would look at your memberships again, you guys were talking about memberships. I don't know where you got 21,000. I added them up across the whole department, and it's 64,000. So, but just if you look at them again, make sure we're not buying a bunch of silly
we will absolutely
memberships.
look at them. But like ICMA is expensive. It's the same way with, like you saw yesterday with the TBR, the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, 375,000. Fact, those are important organizations.
Yeah, I want to find out about that one. But anyway, those are just a few comments I had, and then I guess that'd be about it. Okay, thank you.
A quick question, Barry. So with Matt's position, with moving him over to the BGDR stuff, are we going to, what's the plan for that? Are we going to internally fill that? Are we going to advertise for that?
We have advertised for it, so we downgraded it for what Matt was doing. Matt was overseeing that, and also our performance management group. So we've downgraded the position. We've advertised it. We have resumes. He's going through those as we speak. So I haven't even seen the final list yet.
Any other questions?
Well, the personnel review board, is that something we think is still necessary, or should we look at repealing it?
So you're going to put me on the spot on this one.
I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah.
I didn't hear
You
your
can
question, I'm sorry.
delicately
If the
answer
personnel
that.
review board was
I
still
can
necessary.
delicately answer it. I guess I can't delicately do that. I'm in a public meeting. So just for everybody's purpose, that is based upon a special act that was put in place 25 years ago to get politics out of the hiring. And so it's worked well. Has it passed its useful life? Probably, in my opinion. You still need, so there's two things that would need to occur if we were to go down that path. First off, the other appointing authorities, which everybody's under, except for the sheriff is under that, the other appointing authorities would really need to agree. Because it's a special act, anybody opposes it, they can get, all you need is one legislator to kill it, right? Okay, because it's a special act. I proposed that a couple of years ago, and Ken didn't support it, the elimination of it, in part because it gives a central place for all of the appointing authorities. So, because we'd still need the function, so would it be a support department of mine? Well, would they get the same services? That was the concerns raised. So it works because as appointing authorities, we meet and talk and really set that stage, and we meet with the personnel board. But I have a lot of departments that support all the other departments, facilities, budget, and so it could work under our structure. We need to put something in place for our employees. We have through this, through the special act, the employee advisory committee, because we don't have any unions under the appointing authorities. So we'd have to address some of the issues of how do we give the protections for our employees, appeal rights and things like that. So, you could have a different structure, but at this time, it wasn't supported to make that change.
Okay, and that was a couple of years ago.
It was a couple of years ago.
Has not, we haven't brought it up again, have you?
Well, I brought it up before we hired Wade, and frankly, and so, you know, I think they wanted to make, you know, make sure it works, and so that's, since there wasn't agreement, then obviously I didn't bring it to you to pursue it.
Okay. And so you brought up that one position that was kind of downgraded. That's the government affairs position we were
That's
talking
correct.
about? So can I go down this path about a contract we have for lobbyists? And I know this isn't a voting thing, but I think we had to talk about it. I'm not sure how much we're paying them, but I know I didn't get reports, and don't get me wrong, I really like Mike Moore, but I have concerns about that contract. And I would be interested if there was consensus here at looking at maybe a different contract for those services. Maybe putting it out to bid again. Because I don't know about you, but I just didn't feel like we were getting updated. We weren't getting reports. We were getting the basic Southern, everybody gets, but we were getting nothing on Pinellas County.
Yeah.
And so unless you have information that we haven't heard, and, you know, I know Matt's been really busy, but whoever takes that position, I think we have different expectations since you downgraded, and it's not also county administrative work. That they should work really closely with the lobbying team, and I just don't know that I don't know if you guys all have confidence in Southern, if you have thoughts on changing that lobby contract or going out to bid and seeing if we can get maybe a different price or something like that. My thought is we go out to bid, and I don't know if anyone else has thoughts on that.
I thank you, Commissioner, for bringing that up. I like Mike and those folks, but I certainly will echo what Commissioner Peters just stated, and I think it would definitely behoove us to go out to bid, especially at this time, to see what else is out there, and perhaps we could save some money. And I think now is that you brought that up, might be the right time to do that, you know, as we're bringing in somebody else in that government affairs type position. And I think now would be a good time to do that, and I certainly would support that.
I think sometimes, I mean, I think they're probably one of the largest firms, and sometimes when you have a huge firm like that, they have so many clients that are we going to bubble up? If the governor says, give me your top 5, are we going to bubble up when they got so many clients? And I haven't gotten an update on what's in the budget, if we've successfully gotten anything in the budget this year. I just haven't heard, and so I just would really like to see us go out to bid and see if we can get bigger bang for our buck.
Commissioner Flowers and Commissioner Ivers?
Yeah, I guess I have a little different take on it because of what I do with FAC, and since I'm up there a little bit more, so I pop into the office when I'm there, and then they reach out to me, but I also reach out to them. I reached out to Matt. I think he was in the room. I thought so. I reached out to Matt because I had gotten some calls from some of the representatives asking, well, where's the county on XYZ? So I reached out to Matt and said, hey, can I get an update from you guys? Because I don't think we've had an update that was provided to us. So I don't recall seeing, like an update or something like that we used to get from, our turncoat who went over to the Convention and Visitors Bureau, Brian. But he smiled halfway. I guess he didn't like that one. But, when he was over it, we would get, pretty frequently, almost every meeting, I think. But like I said, my take on it is just a little different, maybe because of my relationship and because of me going back and forth up there. But I also reach out to him, and, I track the bills. I'm on the Senate tracker. I'm on the House tracker. So I follow those things that we are doing as well as other things that are important to the community. But how long have they had this current contract? Because I know normally we'll do like a 3-year.
Before I got here. It's, Brian, you remember when Southern Group Command, 2016, so? I got here in 18, it was before me, so.
Because usually procurement will do a 3-year with maybe like a 1-year or a 2-year renewal or something like that. So I don't have a problem with going back out for bid. I just wanted to share that. I guess, my experience is just a little different, only because of, my other affiliations and things like that. So, not saying you don't have those as well, but just a little different.
Yeah, I have anything I need from the organization. I have a couple people I call, including Matt. I mean, I don't really have any issues. I don't use them that much in terms of calling and bothering them. I do talk with Matt quite a bit. And we do get a report periodically. I say periodically because I couldn't tell you exactly how often it is. It summarizes the activities that are going on up there. I have absolutely no problem going back out to bid, but that to me is not necessarily like a fait accompli that we're going to make a change. I think we need to clearly define what we collectively want to get from folks. If they're not hearing from you, it's not their fault necessarily all the time. So, and I'm not saying you, Commissioner Peters, I'm just saying in general, it's a give and take. That position is not one which just sits there at the ready to call us all the time. I mean, so I get it. I have no problem going out to bid. It has been a while. I don't know exactly how long, so I think it's always good. And it's also, we have a new commission too, and there may be a different set of parameters and standards that we want to, put in place. And maybe the group that we have now gives us the confidence to address it, adjust their price accordingly, and we're fine. If not, we'll see what's out there. So again, it's always healthy to do that check, but I don't have a preconceived notion to make a change, so.
One thing that I forgot to add that I wanted to mention is that my last couple of years in the legislature, to give a different perspective, I heard more from Brian than I did from Pinellas County's lobbyists about Pinellas County issues. And maybe that was because I had a bill impacting District 4. Even back then, it was for Eastlake. But, that was interesting that even then, I didn't really deal a lot with Pinellas County lobbyists. I mean, they would tell me what, Pinellas County's priorities were and stuff like that. And occasionally, during budget conference, you'd get a sheet of paper like, here's our priorities, don't forget about us. But I wanted to, just point out that, Brian was the main one that was in Tallahassee advocating for Pinellas County back then.
I like Mike Moore a lot, but just to clarify, he's not actually our lobbyist. It's Laura Bomer.
Laura is the primary, Mike is.
So I like Mike a lot.
Support to Laura.
Yes, I like Mike Moore a lot, and I think this is really important work, so I would definitely support opening it up for a bid, so, thank you.
Commissioner Sherr, do you have anything?
So, I'm no expert on lobbying, so but I am a general contractor, so I'm always looking for somebody to give me another bid, so.
And I don't have the experience of Tallahassee like you all do, where you dealt with a lot of different lobbyists and lobbying firms. Southern Group is really the only personal experience that I've had with one. And I like Mike a lot, and I like Laura a lot, and if I need anything, I call them, and I get it. Just as a general business practice, it's certainly good to take a look every once in a while just to make sure that we are getting the best in. And I think to Commissioner Egger's point, the commissions change, and I think it would be important to just set what our expectations are. And I don't think there's any harm at all with going out and taking a look. I don't have any preconceived notion that they're doing a bad job or anything like that they would necessarily need to be changed. But there's certainly no harm in taking a look.
Well, based upon this conversation, I can see kind of a consensus there. There's a notice provision within the agreement. We'll exercise that, and we'll put that out to bid. Now, let's talk about the bad part about being of staffing selection of a lobbying firm. by their very nature, they lobby. And so all of you are going to get calls when this occurs. And you're all going to have different opinions, and you're going to and you're going to tell me about your opinions. And I get that, and I'm going to have different opinions based upon your background and your history and the phone calls that will undoubtedly occur. We'll package this up, and then then we'll have a conversation at a future date about how do you want to go about the selection process. I don't want you to, if you want me to handle that and bring your recommendation, that's fine. If you want to do it and interview the finalist or whatever in here, that's fine. We'll have a conversation about that selection process, because I can't go in 7 different ways, and they will lobby. Otherwise, we wouldn't want to hire them. This is what they do for a living.
You're right. Yeah, good point.
So, and so I've been through this before. It's a horrible staff thing. This is a horrible contract to staff. So we'll have a discussion about the selection process, but in the meantime, so we'll do that here in July. In the meantime, we'll package up the RFP, we'll get it out on the street. I'll make sure that we call Laura and explain that you're just, they can certainly submit like everybody else. I think the pieces that we're going to tighten up this time is that communication, the reporting requirement, and the education of our delegation regarding the issues that are important to us, okay? And make sure they understand that when, you have things that increase the FRS rate and public safety, that there's a direct financial tie back to the sheriff and then to the property tax. And so there's some things that I know that we've been working to improve on, but we can articulate the expectations in that RFP process, and then people can bid accordingly.
Yeah, I think it's a good exercise. I think we should do it.
I have a question for Joel. Could the TDC hire a lobbyist and use TDC funds that then we oversee, so we don't have to use our general funds?
I could certainly take a look at it. Off the top of my head, I would say no, because I start from the premise of, no, you cannot use those funds unless it is specifically allowed by this statute. So we can take a look at that. I highly doubt it would be, we certainly couldn't go beyond TDC-related issues, but we can take a look at that generally. My guess is no, but we can take a look at it.
Okay.
So I was just checking my emails. The last thing I got from Laura, and it looks like it was sent to all of us, was on 5/14/25. It just says update report, on a session. So my question is, and again, I support going out, but I'm just curious, because we may need to look at changing this. My question is it that Southern Group is reporting to our person, our intergovernmental person, and they're supposed to be giving us the presentation and the update? Or in the contract, does it say that Southern Group is going to directly contact us? The only reason I'm asking that is because if that's not clear, then maybe they're contacting intergovernmental, vice versa. I don't know. I'm sorry, I haven't read the.
In terms of those reports and updates, I'm sure Brian, when he was doing that, it was a combination of his work and Southern work to be able to provide those summaries of our legislative priorities and having updates on that. So, we'll try to make that clear in the RFP process. Yeah. But it's probably general. I mean, most of the contracts like that are pretty general in terms of keeping you updated and things like that. It doesn't necessarily define whether it's our intergovernmental affairs or whether it's the group. And they do provide you updates.
Yeah.
They provide summary updates.
I'm not downplaying what Commissioner Peters said. I was just trying to see, because if, according to Southern, they're interpreting that our internal staff is giving us the updates or vice versa. So anyway, yeah, as long as it's clear in whatever we do going forward.
Yeah.
But the last thing that I
And we've been
received
working through those
was
internally.
May 14th, 2025.
Yeah.
That was the last report.
No, I mean, they do communicate, they work with us, and, since Brian left, we've had an internal issue about, defining who's doing what. So, it's certainly not a reflection necessarily on Southern Group. I do, kind of going forward, like we would do, let's just say you kept the Southern Group, we would still meet and talk about who's doing what
Right.
and what the expectations are, like you would with any contract.
Right.
So we can just try to make sure that that's clear in the RFP, and you want to go out, and so we'll go out.
Yeah, okay. And last session, I think did we get everything that we
Well, until the governor vetoed it. That was last year. This year, there's nothing in there for us.
Yeah, I know we don't have control once it gets to him and he decides whatever
Yeah.
he's gonna do, but I mean, just as far as.
And, yeah, and this year it's crazy. We really, well, we don't even know about the special appropriations yet, but, you know, really nothing else moved. Those were larger issues. Those were Tallahassee issues. Nobody really had influence on that this year. Okay, we'll do it.
And if I could just follow up very quickly, I have gotten the answer from people watching this. No, we cannot use TDT on a lobbyist. And then also as to an RFP process with a lobbyist, they're certainly free to do whatever they like now, but if you put out an RFP on a competitive solicitation, once the RFP is let, there is a cone of silence, and they cannot lobby you at that point, or they disqualify themselves.
Even better.
Now, between now and then,
Right.
free game.
Would you repeat that for Commissioner LaValla, please?
And Amanda is watching, and so she answered the question for me, so.
So our current contract is evergreen, it's just until canceled?
What?
Our current lobbying contract is evergreen until canceled, it doesn't have a term?
Ongoing.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you got me.
Okay.
No, Evergreen was our HR study a few years ago. I was like, man, we already got into employee issues. I'm going to hear about that again. You know, so no, Evergreen is a bad word around here. But yeah, it's a 4-year contract. So I think we're year 2 into it or year 3, and it has. But there is a notice provision within it to terminate. So we'll provide that notice. And then have the RFP.
So we renewed it 2 years ago?
Yes, I think that's correct. So you're almost up on the 4 years anyway. So, but again, there's a notice provisions, either 30 or 60 days, and we'll exercise that and put out the RFP. Okay.
I look forward to a refreshed contract is all. I mean, really, it's not even a reflection on them. It's just time that we do a new, just to refresh it. So.
So we'll prepare that RFP. I'll try to get clear in terms of expectation. Again, like you said, not a reflection on the current group. Just, you know, and we'll, I'll send that to you so you can see what is being put out on the street.
All right, so are we ready to move on to county attorney then? All right. All right, Jewel, you're up. Okay. Okay, sounds good.
So Shira Hegde is going to stay next to me. She is also the budget analyst for the county attorney's office. You all know Jewel White, and next to her is Melissa Kennedy, who helps greatly on putting their budget together. So with that said, Shira is going to take over.
Thank you. Starting with the department purpose, as you'll see for the county attorney at the top of page 1. Next, you'll see the financial overview of the department and the budget summary table. The county attorney's budget is part of the general fund, and we'll review the specific figures when we discuss the budget drivers shortly. As we transition to the efficiencies and cost savings section at the top of page 2, here are some measures the department has implemented to improve cost efficiency. In FY26, operating expenses were aligned with 3-year averages. In FY25, the department was able to realize a total cost reduction of $88,000 by filling vacant positions at a lower rate. Budget drivers. The FY26 budget for county attorney increases by $82,000 to $5.9 million, and this does not include a general salary increase. Personnel services increases by $120,000. This increase is primarily driven by leave payout for a long-term employee, 3 FTEs being eligible for promotions, and increased FRS costs. FTE remained flat at 33. Operating expenses decreased by $38,000, and this is primarily due to the reduced PC purchase plan in FY26. Additional impacts include a reduction in repair and maintenance to align with actuals and the reduction in office supply expenses due to the use of remote work services. I'd like to hand it over to Jewel.
Good morning. We take pride in having a very simple budget. My office is really people. That's all we have in the office. The other operating expenses you'll see there are pretty slim. I'm really just here to really answer questions, but I do want to take the opportunity. I know that Melissa was already introduced, but Melissa, when Chris and Shira say she helps with the budget, she does the budget. I help by giving input along the way, but Melissa really is the mastermind behind the budget. And Melissa, we talk a lot with the departments about cross-training and succession planning. Melissa was somebody that was a legal secretary in our office for a number of years, and we were able to promote her into the department management position, and at the time that we did that, we also aligned all of our legal secretaries under Melissa so that she's their manager. So now our legal secretaries are managed by somebody that once occupied the legal secretary position rather than being managed by attorneys that don't have quite as good an idea of their day-to-day work. So those are the types of changes that we look to make when given an opportunity with vacancies and retirements and the like. You heard Chair mention that we have really the impact to our budget this year is planning for the retirement of a very long-term employee. So when that occurs, we'll have some interesting discussions as to how that is filled. But again, we're really a budget of people, and so the only real changes that you see with us from year to year is changes in staffing. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions or have Melissa answer them for me.
Questions? Commissioner Flowers?
So number one, kudos on you filling your vacancies. I know you were working really hard.
Mike?
Thank you.
We have a
Commissioner Nowicki?
vacancy right now. Barry just stole one of my employees.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not fair. So anyway, still kudos on that because I know you're working real hard. So I may have asked this question before because I'm always trying to find a dollar and a dime. So if we are engaged in litigation, I'm always asking you to seek attorney's fees to be reimbursed. So if that happens, does that go back into your office for future litigation, or does it come back into the general fund?
I'm going to guess, and they'll correct me if I'm wrong, that's going to go into the general fund.
Okay.
We don't often get attorney's fees recovered. We have been more successful recently getting costs recovered. Costs are going to be, costs for depositions, maybe subpoenas, things like that. It's not as big a number as attorney's fees would be, but those costs would go right back into the general fund, which is how we're funded.
Well, I'm always going to ask to please seek attorney's fees, especially if we win. Thank you.
Through the chair, forgive me. If I may answer that question just a little bit more nuanced, forgive me, Commissioner. They go back to the fund that they come from. So general fund is the bulk of them, but if there's a settlement or attorney's fees associated with the airport, it would go back to the airport. But generally, it is the general fund. Forgive me for interrupting.
Commissioner Nowicki?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to, commend, our county attorney, for operating such a notable lean budget. FTEs remain flat, outside legal counsel, 0, operating expenses are down. So I just, think you guys have done a great job. Ms. Kennedy, are there any, lessons or efficiency tactics that you could share with other departments?
We're a smaller, we're a much smaller department, so I couldn't compare us to, like Kelly's department. I think we just try to look for, and I'm cheap by nature, so I think that probably helps. You ask my poor husband. But I think we just look at, what do we actually really need? What are things that are things we want? And we just kind of go with our needs. And if it makes our people's job, work better, then we definitely want to do that. If it's just, kind of a silly ask, then no, we're not going to do that. So I think we just kind of look and see. We've also, times have changed since COVID. We don't use as much paper as we used to. We don't. Just a lot of things have changed, so some of our costs have gone down just because of just the nature of how legal work happens these days compared to how it happened prior to the pandemic.
Awesome. Yeah, I just really love the transparency and the lean budget and, modest, increases in salaries. I think you've done a great job, so thank you both.
And if I could clarify one thing, outside counsel has moved from the county attorney's budget to OMB's budget. So that's why you're seeing it zeroed out. That occurred with this fiscal year. So this time last year, we were having the discussion of the movement. So it stayed around the same price, or same amount, although we did just do a budget amendment not long ago. And just a reminder, or to, to let all of you know, outside counsel we use when we have a conflict of interest, which occurs, on occasion, not a lot, but we do have clients other than just the county. So it does happen on occasion. We use outside counsel also for like niche areas in the law. For instance, for construction cases, we're almost always going to use outside counsel because that's just a specialty that we don't keep in our office because it really is a niche area. And construction litigation is one of those things that you really see peaks and valleys. And so when we're in a valley, we just don't have a need for that. So, and plus, construction litigation can be very document and discovery intensive, and we find that works better with the law firms because, again, we're just not staffed up to handle that kind of case on a routine basis. You guys see all the trip and falls on sidewalks, other things. And let me just note, too, I know that question came up with Kelly yesterday, and Christy, who many of you have probably met, Christy Pemberton, she's my litigation supervisor. She's been out of town. She's back now. But she clarified for me the cases have gone down since you all have started investing in the pavement, and she wanted me to remind all of you that sometimes we see trip and falls that are not necessarily a result of the pavement being uneven, but maybe the sidewalk is not quite the level of the grass and they step off the sidewalk and trip that way, or things like that. But she, in her opinion, said that she really did think that the investment that the board made in fixing the sidewalks a few years back has definitely been paying off.
Anything else for Jill? All right. Thank you, Jill. All right. You want to take 5 minutes, everybody?
Yeah.
Sure. All right. Let's do that. All right, we can get some more in here before lunch, so now we'll move on to construction and property management.
So good morning once again, Commissioners. We do have Bill Greer and Christy Carpenter over at the table with the department. We have Shane Kunze as the budget analyst, and I do need to call out John Ondrovic and Charlie Jenkins as well. They've put the budget together for the department. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Shane.
Okay. Morning.
Good morning. Thank you, honorable members of this board. Thank you for allowing me the time this morning. I'm going to talk to you about construction and property management. The services that this department offers are not new, but the department is. This was originally a section of the Department of Administrative Services, which we'll hear next, and it was split as of earlier this year through resolution. We moved the budget and the people directly over into CPM as it exists today. There was also a small group, construction services, that also came from County Administrator's Office as well. This budget, as you see it, we tried to capture everything in terms of actuals from the past as these services had existed, whether they were in DAS or county admin. So we should see a true overview of how these services have been expensed over the years. So that realignment is reflected in those actuals and the FTEs. So I am going to move to page 2, and we will begin talking about our efficiencies and cost savings. And Chris actually has a brief comment for you all.
Yes, Commissioners, you see the first bullet under FY26. I need to correct the record on that. That $4 million savings is a gross number, not a net number. And it's not strictly in the construction and property management department. That's spread out across the entire department. So the $4 million is the clean energy credits that we're not buying the subscription of. But in the budget, we net that out versus the subscriptions. So it's closer to a $500,000, $400,000 savings once you net it. And then it's not all in the general fund either. It's spread across the departments, across the funds. So we did write a gross number on here, and I just want to get that out there in front of everybody before we go forward.
So that's spread across everything, not just this.
Correct. So it's both reduced as a net and it's spread across the general fund. Okay? So Shane?
Thank you, sir. All right. With that being said, there's a couple efficiencies and cost-saving measures that I'd really like to call out for everyone. In particular, across all 3 years represented here, there was a cost savings for roof renewal coating. I'd like to give you a little bit of details about that. Initially, they were looking at full roof replacements. Christy and her team were able to find a vendor that can do a coating that extends the life of our roofs up to 15 years. And the cost savings through that program are identified in each fiscal year. So in FY26, we're expecting that to be $5.5 million. In FY25, for roofs, we're looking at $2.6 million. There's some additional factors I'd like to highlight here as well, where Bill and his team were diverting work from contracts back to in-house services. So in FY25, they expected a savings of about $435,000 doing that. And in the previous year, FY24, it was $973,000. So through reorganizations, through planning, and looking at these services, these are the savings that they've identified for us over the last 3 fiscal years. Moving right along to the bottom of page 2, get into the budget drivers. Now, this department is only funded by the general fund. So construction and property management increases by $2.8 million, 43%. This is primarily due to increases in rental and lease charges. So aside from kind of that standard rental agreements that you'd see, CPI increases, we had some decision packages that you will also see further down that we're going to go into additional details with. But the largest increase is $1.7 million for the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office hangar. This decision package was approved back in 2023, or I'm sorry, the original agreement was approved in 2023 for this hangar. Back then, it was stated in the document that we would anticipate a full cost of $2.3 million by fiscal year 26. So that is what you're seeing here. We've budgeted about $600,000 over the past couple years with anticipating a couple months rent but the hangar kept getting delayed, and that did not come to fruition, including this year. So October 1st, we are expecting the sheriff to enter that building. So $600,000 is already budgeted. This $1.7 million is the remaining gap to get us at that 2.3. Additionally, there are increase in payments for the Clearwater Airport, where there is some general fund space rented out. It's a $343,000 increase, which does sound significant, but I want you all to know that this is a multi-year agreement. Every 5 years, they were doing a increase rather than doing an annual CPI increase. So that 343 is actually a reflection of 5 years of increases. Now, what Bill and his team are doing is they're taking a closer look at this with OMB, and we are looking at doing 1-year CPI increases instead of waiting 5 years to make it more palatable for the budget. And then finally, in terms of increases, there's also additional rent to the utilities, and that is just standard CPI increases there as well. And those are for clerk and public works, who have spaces in the 14 South Fort Harrison. Other notable increases include $1.6 million for repair and maintenance. As submitted, they actually had a decrease, but following discussions with the department, there was a preliminary decision package added of $2 million, which we're going to go into greater detail a little further down, for repair and maintenance services. The bulk of it is going to be for roofing and then various other repairs as well. $1 million is recurring and $1 million is non-recurring, and the department has provided us a list of projects that they are going to prioritize for that $2 million. Capital outlay is decreasing by $418,000. They're actually taking this to zero. Many of our capital outlay items come up as one-time or contingencies in some cases. There's nothing identified urgently that the department needs. They do have some one-time lapse that they've used in the capital outlay or in the capital improvement plan that's kind of offset that as well. So they just have not identified a need in this budget for any capital outlay. All right, so moving right along to the top of page 3, we'll start dissecting those decision packages. The first one up, and there are a bit, they weren't all approved, so we're going to go through them and I'll let you know whether or not they were approved and for how much. But again, just keep in mind they're all for the general fund. The first one is
Commissioner goes to the question.
Just one quick question, I'm sorry,
sir.
before you get into these, and there's 10 of them. Lovely. Anyway, so because the airport is a standalone enterprise fund, it has to have rent paid, market rent paid from a government agency to another government agency.
That is correct.
We establish the market? Who establishes the market rates for those?
So the airport established an MOU where they use just CPI as the market. So they look from August 5 years ago to August of 2024 to set the new MOU. So they just use CPI as what they identify as market value.
On the escalator.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But how are they establishing the base rent there? How do we know that the helicopter hangar price is fair and equitable?
So Bill, I don't know if you have additional context there, but I know they.
For the Shelter, you're talking about for the Shelter program? So that was actually negotiated with Shelter.
Oh, yes,
So
that one was with Shelter.
Yeah, that was a contract. They built it based upon a contract.
Okay.
To provide the service.
I couldn't remember.
And it's based upon, so originally, the county was going to build that property and own it, but it was found to be more economical and actually have Shelter build it, hold the lease, and then we pay them a long-term lease rate. So the lease rate was actually based on a below market value of the total cost of construction. So it was the way that you structured this was to control the costs and put that pressure onto Shelter so that they would make sure they don't exceed what originally was planned for construction, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I know we went through this. Just for the life of me, when I think about a capital versus ongoing 2 million a year, it seems like there's a break even that would favor us building it and owning it. And,
There was ownership of the land issue and where we could build out there. If you recall, we went through, I don't know how many sites,
Yeah.
even before I got here, and so, and we, this site was available, but it was owned, I think, if I recall right, by Shelter. So.
thanks for taking me down memory lane. Appreciate
Yeah,
that.
there's so many different versions of this. I'm sure
Yeah.
I've got something wrong with what I just stated, but there's, this was, we needed to get this built, and
Oh,
this-
it was desperately needed.
Correct.
It's just the way we did it, I just couldn't remember
Yeah.
and all of that, so thank you. Go ahead, sorry.
Thank you. My apologies. I thought you meant the ground rent. So
No.
that has an MOU. All right. So moving right along to our decision packages at the top of page 3. The initial request was for a project management office system for a total package of $1.2 million, $898,000 non-recurring, $350,000 recurring. This is not approved in the preliminary budget. Couple reasons for that. First off, we're looking at in-house services. What can we do with our existing technology? What's been available? Bill is doing a great job reorganizing and getting things to work over there. But we're going to try and see what we can do in-house as well. Also look at areas where we may be able to both reduce costs and extend this out over multiple years. It was determined during discussions that $1.2 million really wouldn't be the full cost up front anyways. So for now, this has been put on hold with further discussions ongoing. The next decision package, I'm actually going to discuss 2, 3, and 4 together because they are now joined. Initially, when the department made the request, there were 3 different repair and maintenance decision packages. Again, that's 2, 3, and 4. The request for flooring initially was $731,000. Request for roofing was 2.6, and then all other repairs that didn't fit in those 2 categories was 1.8 million. Following discussions with county admin, the preliminary approval is $2 million from that. The department reprioritized projects with that reduced number, and it is also, again, going to be 1 million recurring, 1 million non-recurring. So they have provided us a list of what they plan to do. The bulk of it is going to be roofing, with others such as refrigerators, cameras, other miscellaneous things throughout the county that need to be repaired. Moving on to our 5th ranked, which is towards the top of page 4. The request is for additional budgetary funds to maintain the newly acquired South County Service Center. This is $249,000, and it is a recurring cost. The county recently acquired this space, and this is the operating portion of what is needed to maintain that additional square footage, which, Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's about 30,000 square feet.
About 40.
40, a little bigger. All right. 40,000 of new square footage there, and it houses the property appraiser and tax collector offices. Moving forward, there's that memorandum of understanding for the airport lease. This is for ground space out there. This is where that CPI increase is occurring. This is the 5 years for that. There's various offices out there, including the sheriff, that use space at airport. And that is included in the preliminary budget. Rank number 7, additional warehouse space for $79,100. This does not have preliminary approval, and so it is not reflected in the budget at this time. This is for additional warehouse space for the sheriff's dive team. It has been deferred for now because we are looking for additional information to make sure that square footage is absolutely needed, and look to see what else has been done to maybe avoid this cost. So for now, the ACA and the department are looking into this further to provide county admin with additional clarity. Next up, rank number 8, is the Pinellas County Sheriff's Driving Range and Training Facility. The existing facility is going to be run by the parks, and they are moving to a location out at Solid Waste. This is also part of a capital improvement program project, and this is the operating portion of it. And this will be ground lease over at Solid Waste. Again, as an enterprise, we have to pay them that market value. This has not received preliminary approval yet. It has been deferred only because we want to push this off until closer to construction and line up the timing correctly. All right. Next up, ranked number 9 at the bottom of page 4 is the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office new hangar. This is that $1.7 million increase. Again, in the budget, they have had $600,000 for this over the last couple years with the anticipation of using it for a couple months. They always thought they'd get towards the end of the fiscal year, have a couple months of move-in, and then start in October. That did not come to fruition. So this is the remaining gap to get us to the 2.3 for the lease agreement. And finally, increase in rent payments to utilities. This is another MOU situation where rent is increasing for the 14 South Fort Harrison building. This is general CPI increases, and again, an enterprise, so we have to pay them that fair market value for the lease space. So that concludes our decision packages. Summary of proposed changes to user fees. They do not have user fees for this department, so there's nothing to report. CIP, they do not have direct CIP within their budget. They are part of the governmental CIP, which Drew will be presenting later on this afternoon to you all. And with that, I will turn it over to Bill and his team to discuss the accomplishments.
Good morning. Thank you, Shane. And good morning, Commissioners. Barry. First and foremost, Mr. Eggers, I just wanted to say I was here yesterday and I heard some of the comments, so I have a disclaimer on behalf of the memory of a former president who, and a story I shared with you, that during my presentation, I hope for political purposes, you will not make age an issue due to those of us with youth and inexperience. So I just wanted to emphasize that. I felt bad for you. Yes. So, and I listened to the previous discussion, and this is a complex organization. I'll explain a little bit about my background, but I thought I'd also share a quote with you all from the U.S. Army War College. And it's by a former general, and it's posted in every seminar room in the Senior Service College for the Army. It says, "We shall teach each other. First, because we possess a vast amount of knowledge and experience behind us. But secondly, it's only through the free criticism of each other's ideas and our understanding that the truth can be thrashed about." So I appreciate the back and forth, that tension. That's what we were taught in the Army to deal with at the senior level. Is we're talking about risks and how do we understand risks as a group. So my name is Bill Greer. I'm your director for Barry's newly created Construction and Property Management Department, which now consolidates vertical construction services, facilities operations, real estate, and real property, which are your core baseline capabilities that keep this workforce operational. So these are the team that keep the lights on. Literally. We just had 2 chillers go down at the detention center, but fortunately, our senior facilities managers, which I want to take a quick minute to recognize, were still able to join us today because I think it's important that we recognize the people that keep the roof over our head. We tend to forget about that. And I'd like to introduce my esteemed colleague, Christy Carpenter, our Director 2 for Facility Operations, and somebody who I trust and rely on to give me advice on navigating the county as I continue to adapt and learn this new environment. So, it's an honor to be out of uniform at the federal level and now be in public service at the local level. I've spent a lot of time traveling in my life. I want to thank Barry and Jill for giving me the opportunity to be part of this county and a part of this community. And share how we've been making strides to meet Barry's directives to me and his mandates to get things straightened out in this area and business that's important to you. So about me, my 30-year background, I'm not as young as I look, is both in the business world as well as federal and military service. My family and my wife, when we left Florida after 9/11 and I went back into the military after COVID, she said, can we finally go back? It's been longer than 2 years. So we came back in 2022, and we are happy to be in Pinellas County as Pinellas County residents and be part of a community where we don't have to leave. So I think it's important that you understand too, I worked at the highest levels of government appropriations with Congress managing anywhere between $9 and $16 billion in programmatic funds. I was a certified defense financial manager, so I appreciate Mr. Nowicki's comments, and I've got a lot of experience asking a lot of the same questions that he has. This financial integrity, and as my team teases me, I use the word fidelity, is very important to me. And I hope to build your trust to show you how we're doing that in this department. So I have 5 areas to cover. I want to highlight my initial focus when I got here in September, and I arrived and encountered 2 hurricanes, which is not what I expected. I want to recognize our team. I want to review some key impacts of the support that you have already provided to this department, also for the benefit of our 2 new commissioners so that they get a little bit of background. I want to share some of the additional accomplishments outside of the context there, and then kind of share real quick our vision for some opportunities in the future. So some highlights. Really, one of the biggest changes and accomplishments for this department has been Barry's consolidation of it. It has forced coordination and integration of divisions that typically were not communicating but needed to communicate. And that is translating into a number of cost efficiencies and cost savings that we will not realize for years to come, but because we're eliminating mistakes, because Christie's team in facilities is having input into the construction and design of facilities for the long haul, because she ends up taking the delivery of those buildings. So it's critical that our facilities team gets the opportunity to weigh in on those. The other thing that Barry really mandated is, Greer, get a hold of projects and the process for delivering them on time and on budget. If I get another amendment, you may not make it past the first amendment you bring to me. So that's been my commitment. We haven't had an amendment, and by God, I will make sure that I don't, because I don't want to feel Barry's wrath or have to encounter where we have a process flaw, okay? Importantly, we need to build a common framework here. What I see, I'll just say for my own department, is we have a disparate understanding of what a priority requirement is. I see, and I spent several weekends watching previous BIS sessions, and I was told by Barry that I should be Baker acted, and I was told by Chris Rose I should be put in a straitjacket. But I've watched how you all try to get to a better understanding of what is a priority here. What do we value? And I will tell you, my team deals with that every day, trying to figure out what is most important. And I think what's critical is I'm trying to improve those communication channels with Barry, with Blaine, so that they get an opportunity to weigh in, and I'm not making decisions and taking on risk on behalf of you before it's too late. So also, I've been focused on getting us out of emergency response mode. Everything is not an emergency. There are emergencies, but everything we do is not an emergency. But the posture of this organization was focus on the emergencies, defer everything else till later. Well, that has built a glut of deferred asset degradation across the county, which Barry has helped us, and I'll share a little bit about that. So we're getting out of that mode, and we're getting into planning mode. Everything in my world is from the Army, you plan, And you don't plan for failure, you plan for success, and you give the leadership an opportunity to weigh the risks. And that's what my role is, and that's how I see I need to bring you information. And most importantly, of course, is Shane and Chris and my team educating me on the budget and how financials work, and then preparing my team to start to be measured and scorecard our core functions that we are responsible for. Specifically, Mr. Eggers, what is the value for this leased property compared to other alternatives? Are we presenting that to you? So accomplishments don't happen without people, and I know I'm going long here, but I really need to recognize my team. So I'm going to call you if you could just stand in place. I'd like to have facilities operations stand up. This is the team that keeps the roof over your head, the air conditioning running. Right now, they've been dealing with getting the HVAC back online at the prison. So they were fortunate to still make it up here because I said I wanted them to be here. So I want you to know how much they work, especially during the hurricanes, and they're behind the scenes. So thanks, guys. Please have a seat. And I want to have the real property and real estate section stand up. So these are the people dealing with your easements, purchases and sales of property, all of the major projects supporting Kelly. They are the people behind the scenes working all those details to get it and make sure that we are doing what we need to do for the county's equity. So thank you, guys. Thank you. And then our construction team, whoever could make it. We're very thin on our project managers, but we've got some work to do there. But there are project managers overseeing not hundreds of thousands, yes, sometimes, but millions of dollars worth of capital projects. So just wanted to recognize them. And then, of course, my team that handles hundreds of contracts and the millions of dollars in our operating budget, our budget, finance, and contracting section. If you guys could stand up. Thank you. So this team is incredibly technically competent. Christy has done an amazing job over her last 2 years, really completely reorganizing the talent within this department. So I want you to know that they care and they take a lot of pride in what they're doing. Okay, so what have you done? Let me speed this up. Barry's cueing me.
Great job. We'll work on brevity later, okay?
Yeah. So, when you get an opportunity to speak in the military, you take it. So, yeah, right? So, the biggest thing that you all have done, and it's been led by Jill, is putting in place the asset ownership program, OVRAM. Asset ownership has completely changed the culture in terms of pride in the ownership of these assets and getting them programmed for preventative maintenance and planning for the long haul replacement. Your investment of $7.5 million into from carry forward dollars from FY23 for a host of major asset repairs, roofs especially being one of them, that is making a big difference in terms of the capability and what our customers see out in their office space. And of course, getting the purchase of the South County Service Center, getting that completed. So, yes, sir.
So speaking of roofs, urban forestry needs one really bad.
We've got them on the list.
Yeah, Chair and I visited that, to your point, Commissioner, I'll let Bill finish up here, but the issue that we were very reactive. We have over 4 million square feet of facilities around the county, and they have been in a reactionary mode. They also didn't have enough money to be able to complete the repairs, but they've asked for money for years. We wouldn't advance it because I didn't think that they necessarily could deliver, and we didn't have standards by which people requesting it because they're not necessarily tied to the budget. A person out in the sheriff's office just wants, so we'd have to define wants versus needs and have standards on when we replace carpet or when you can live without replacing the carpet, you know, and how do they make those decisions? Those are all the things that they've taken on in terms of putting standards in place and trying to improve the communication, one, to deliver projects on time, on budget, but also establishing standards of want versus need, you know, and be able to prioritize appropriately. So, you know, those are some of the reasons you'll see some of the decision packages we're putting in place. Others, I think we got room to grow, and we need to improve on that, and then we'll provide the funding accordingly. So some of the structural places are things that they've worked on. They're getting there. We got more work to do, but incredibly proud of the progress that they've made thus far.
So we are working a second phase of master facilities planning. So thankful to Barry for providing us some resources to actually look at all of those offices that may not be a part of the move to the headquarters campus. So we're studying those now, making sure we're engaging with the customer, assessing their requirements, and making sure we have a long-range plan for that. Some other highlights to our cost savings. You know, Christy has cut her overtime in half, and I think you're going to see it's going to appear as if our executive or exempt salaries increased, and that's partially a reality, but it's as a result of Christy's reorganization, which has converted some classified positions to exempt, and that has allowed her more flexibility to manage the operation on a 24/7 basis. So you're just going to see some of those adjustments, and, you know, prepared to answer those questions. She has literally crushed manpower lapse. If there's a vacancy, Christy doesn't wait. And when I get a vacancy, she's on me. So we make sure that we maximize our capability by not having lapse. Savings from fleet reductions, and we're restructuring contracts. I've reorganized the contract section, repurposed, because Christie's success relies on contract capacity, which represents almost 35% of our operational budget as an alternative to FTEs. So our relationship with the community and vendors, while we've got to hold them accountable, it's important that we keep them on target and keep them ready to do the work that we need. And I guess most importantly is culture. I think Christy and I both agree that breathing leadership and allowing people to lead and take initiative has really turned the corner for this department, and I'm looking forward to the years ahead. I think that's about it. I have more, but I think I'll take a pause so Barry doesn't pull me by my ear like my dad. So I'm anxious to take your questions.
Questions? Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first of all, thank you for introducing yourself to me today. And the way that you present just reminds me a lot of my dad in a positive way. Military men just never get away from being very concise, matter of fact, keep it moving. So thank you.
Thank you for that, because Barry's not going to say I was concise, but that was very nice of you.
He'll be all right. So here's my question, and maybe this will be to Barry, maybe not to you. For all of the departments that we have in buildings other than in the main office, do all of them have or request their own separate maintenance and upkeep and all of that? Because the building, the property appraiser and tax collector building that's on 34th Street and 25th, I'm assuming that the funds they got from the sale of the building off of 66 is what they use to construct and build that facility.
No, we had somebody build that, then we just purchased the building. Okay, I'll let Christy correct me, because I'm sure I'm off on that, huh? No, you're correct. And, but then the money that used to operate it, you know, the hard part about their job is they work for everybody that doesn't report to you, except for a small portion of the departments that do report to you, right? They manage space for the judges, they manage space for the sheriff, they manage space for the tax collector and others. That's part of those standards. And as the chairman alluded to, you know, we've got roof issues. We've got, you know, out there was a skylight that leaks, you know, getting ahead of that maintenance, you know, well, there's got to be internal capabilities to manage problems to deliver the projects, you know. And so those are some of the issues that they're working on to correct. At the same time, Christy and I toured some facilities where, we had people that said, we need to replace the carpet. I'm like, that carpet's better than what's in my office, bull. But she's constantly getting requests for things, and so we've got to establish the standards on when do we replace things, when do we not. They take the brunt of it because they're having people, again, that don't report to you or I, they just want, and again, they have nothing to judge it on. So there's some real procedural issues that they're working to put in place to be able to manage that. We gave her some money, but we're waiting on them to kind of realize all those operational improvements before we add additional to where we can ensure that it's a need versus a want.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if there were, I can't recall how much the property sold for off of 66, and if there were any funds in that could be set aside specifically for any maintenance.
Well, the
upkeep.
money's already been, I don't know where the money went, but
Yeah.
I'm sure staff can look that up,
So
but.
it went back into the general fund, but it would have been one-time
Yeah, it
funding,
would have
so
been, yeah.
it wouldn't have gone into the recurring.
Okay, and then I'm just throwing this out. You probably got a call from them, I don't know, but I did get a call from a couple of folks from the Justice Center, and maybe it's the contractor, but windows are leaking. And so they may have already also shared that with you as well, but just concerned that when it's a rain, and it was probably a week or so after the construction out there was finished, and they said they reported it, but they're still waiting, hopefully, for somebody to help them out, so their carpet and stuff doesn't get wet. But thanks for sharing that part with me. And then my last question to you, Barry, is so, and forgive me if I'm not aware, and I should be, would it be the same group that's also working on or helping to work on our new facility, our upcoming new facility?
No, this group, they participated in the process on selection, but you'll have a contract next month. That'll be the design services and a contract that'll be for the construction management services. So those are bid. They're currently under negotiation. Blaine is leading those directly. And again, they have input. They sat on the selection panel for them, but that's handled separately outside of this group.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Eggers, and then.
Yeah, I'm not going to have a lot of questions, but I do want to acknowledge the work that you all do, and I really appreciate having everybody here because we don't often get to see that, and it's nice to see the folks that are doing the work. You guys that do the air conditioning over there, you're lifesavers. And it's not easy work. It's hot work. But it's totally appreciated. And then the ongoing maintenance that you all do, and I just really wanted to respond from a FIXA perspective and the facilities that we own and the response that you all give to them continues to come to me, it's saying it's first rate. So keep up the good work. I know that there's, you guys have changes and all that are going on. But when someone out there that doesn't understand facilities picks up the phone and calls, it's nice to have somebody responsive, listening, and then, first listening and then being responsive. So I really appreciate that. And back to your comment about monies that we saved going back into the general fund, it's a one-time savings, right?
Well, the sale of the building.
Right. So why would that go into general fund and not into reserves or into like a capital fund or something where it matches? We're always trying to match, right? One-time savings with one-time spending.
Yep.
So tell me where it gets classified.
Yeah. Now, the general fund is the fund that bought it in the first place. It was on the asset list for the general fund, so it goes back into there. We still pay attention to it as one time versus recurring, but the general fund is the fund that keeps that.
You're a pain in my ass. Excuse me. Anyway, thank you. Appreciate that. He does. Appreciate it, Commissioner Latvala.
Commissioner Wiki.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, Frank, he does great work back there. So good to see you, Frank, and great job. Obviously, like to voice my support for the sheriff's new hangar. Given his critical role it plays in public safety. That said, reviewing the other recommended decision packages, in light of this year's budget, I mean, it seems like, several other requests like operation expansions, rent increases, and, various maintenance, while helpful, might be considered enhancements rather than essentials. How do we know these are truly, I guess, must-haves versus not just nice-to-haves?
The lease expansion is the hangar. We already entered into that agreement. We have an obligation there for that $1.7 million.
Right, yeah, no, I'm saying I support that.
Yeah.
But then you have, a total of over $4 million in decision packages. So if you support sheriff's hangar, you still are left with over $2 million, $2.7 million in other decision packages.
So again, the operational, the facility maintenance issues, we're giving them a small portion of what they identified as need. And so that's all the pent up things that Bill was talking about. And so, giving them some money to be able to solve some of the critical issues, the roofs, the skylight that's leaking, and all those ongoing maintenance issues. Otherwise, they have no ability to be able to respond to and make the necessary repairs.
Well, I guess, Mr. Greer, says that you're working on new performance metrics, but it said like deferred maintenance was at 99%, 86%. So we're saying that in those performance metrics, we're accomplishing a lot of deferred maintenance.
I think you could speak to that.
I wouldn't characterize that we're accomplishing a lot. Here's part of the problem is the county's never had an asset condition assessment completion, which is why they created the ORAM program. We're in the process, and we're about 50% through inventorying thousands of assets and those asset classes. So, your question is poignant because I should be able to tell you today, if I were a CFO for a company, I should be able to tell you how much is all this capital worth. I can't tell you that. We're in the and Barry's been helping pay to us to advance that line so that we can tell you and program properly. The South County Service Center, this is probably the first time there's been any active investment into making sure that we're going to spend the money necessary to maintain and sustain the value of that building. The county has historically not done that, but it's doing better. So I hear you and happy to discuss in depth more where we're actually at with our asset inventory and what the conditions are and what it's shaping up to be.
Yeah, because I would just like to see if some of that maybe could be a little bit deferred in a tight budget year when we're facing almost an $18 million gap. As you said, as CFO, you'd have to make a decision. Well, where am I going to get the money from? So and now we have a shortfall of almost $18 million, and I see $2.7 million right here contributing to that shortfall.
You're spot on. And I didn't expect that it would all be funded, but I do feel I need to keep you all informed. What we've inventoried and what we have, we didn't even present all of the business risk exposure that we have. We only presented a small portion of it. So we're appreciative of what we can do, and we'll make wise choices on how we execute those dollars.
Well, awesome. That's exciting, and happy to chat with you, in a one-on-one and learn a little bit more and hear about some of the new performance metrics and things that you're working on. And then one thing I guess you mentioned about, overtime pay being down. Which is great. And it seems like there's obviously been some shuffling around with exempt salaries, let's say, and regular wages. But you've had a 74% increase in exempt salaries in 4 years. But that's because we've had some regular wages go into those exempt. But yet overtime is still up, 4% year over year. And so it seems like what we're saying we're saving, we're really spending like $1 million more by doing that.
I think we ought to look at that a little more closely because I'm not sure that through the reorg and whether or not you're seeing how the reorg and the pulling together of those financials is actually showing you, because I calculated after looking at Christy, what she's done is she's saved over $500,000 and brought down historically the overtime for the department. So I'd like to clarify that with you because, our intent is not to grow right now, so we're trying to make do, and we understand the constraints that you're trying to work within, so we don't want to be part of the burden. We want to be part of the help.
Yeah, and you definitely have brought it down from 2022, you know, but, you know, year over year is up. But then, you know, if you go back, you know, 2022 on the other ones.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's a, you know, 74% increase. So it's, you know, is it really, if a CFO is looking at it, right, you know, and saying, hey, well, we're saved 500,000, but now we've increased, you know, our exempt salaries by, you know, $1 million, and our regular salaries have still gone up 14% in those, you know, 4 years, is, you know, that's, I guess, but if you're working on it, you know, you're new and happy to chat more and let you look into it. And
I think there's one other piece is this year we had diverted some of our exempt, almost $300,000 in exempt salaries over to contracted services for CBRE to help us in project management advisement, which Barry was supportive of. We're going to restore that back to our FTEs so that I can get my project management capacity increased back for construction services. So that may throw that off a little bit.
So if you look at their overall salaries, personnel services, so it, you know, between the actual of 2024 up to this year, it's about $1 million, but a lot of that was outsourced, to Bill's point. So if just because you have a vacancy doesn't mean the work goes away. It just shifted in how we are trying to accomplish that work. Those eventually will be hired internally. Like, for instance, you don't have your construction manager yet, do you? Yeah, so that's a significant position that they're recruiting for. And again, so those services right now are being performed contractually. That's the reason that is if you compare actuals, you got to factor in the positions that need to be hired to be able to bring those services back internal.
Yeah, I mean, the contractuals are up too. I mean, almost, you know, 60%.
A lot of those are charged back to the budgets of the various projects, so you wouldn't see it necessarily in the capital.
Right. Okay, well, I appreciate your work, Mr. Greer, and, you know, looking forward to more good things, so thank you.
Commissioner Shear, Jim?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Bill, thank you for coming in and bringing your crew. It was great to see them. It was really nice. I don't know if this question is for, I just had two. Chris, I'm confused about the whole overtime pay, because when I total up every department in this department, I come up with $850,000 in overtime. And by the way, kudos for reducing your overtime, but it seems to be going back up, or at least projected to. And I didn't know if you were keeping that in there to maybe because you couldn't find people to help you, or if you were using it as an incentive to keep people. I didn't know what the projection was on the what the reason for it was.
I think, I'm not quite sure how much of that is included from the overtime that was accrued over the storms. We had to put forth a great deal more effort in this fiscal year, of course, towards the storms. And then even the previous year, we actually had to offset a great deal of our typical work for the storms. When it comes to overtime, one of the biggest challenges that I find with us, and one we had to mull over a great deal, was the fact that the detention center itself sometimes costs triple in overtime from any place else because it's a 24-hour operation that doesn't observe holidays. So in situations where we have a holiday that maybe is observed during the week, but it's actually a weekend, those guys end up getting paid overtime twice. So, you know, we have drawn everything back, but just to give you a little bit more, a better feeling of where we're going, that enterprise asset management program is really what's helped us be able to rein all of this in. Now, for us to be able to qualify even 1 hour of overtime, it is connected in their OPUS time card to an hour in CityWorks touching an asset, so that I can have a cost to that. It was a huge shift for us to be able to change that, but as soon as that happened, and I'm not saying that whatever our budget used to be or how much we were spending was wrong, but a lot of times it's muscle memory. We have to do overtime on this day. I have to have this, and it allowed us to draw it back in. I expect we'll be able to make much more strides in our overtime, especially in predictability with the budgeting of it in the next couple of years as that matures even more.
Okay, great. And just one other question for Barry. Why is this department paying rent for the sheriff? I completely don't understand the mechanics behind
Because we centralize all of our real property management, so all our leases, contracts, things like that. And so you could do that, you could put it out in the sheriff's budget, either way you're gonna pay it.
I know it's either way, I just didn't understand why it was in your budget.
Just why, well, I asked the same question when I got here, why are we paying ourselves? But it's, so the airport authority basically provided the land, and it's a 100-year lease. And there are a lot of subleases of that property, and generally, Tom Jewsbury manages that because he has a responsibility as a part of that 100-year lease. Anytime we sublet, he has to charge rent for that and pay the airport authority. So by mere fact of us having that available to us, it's provided us flexibility for different needs across the whole enterprise. But oddly, you ask a great question. Why would we ever pay that? But it is a requirement, and it's been here long before we were born.
Yeah, it's part of, and just so, when you do tour the airport, the footprint of the airport is not the airport property. It's expanded. It goes all the way out across the road, and all those, there's a lot of different leases. Yeah, 49th Street, it's all that entire area as part of the original airport property.
Well, I'm glad you're here, Bill, and you kind of remind me of the type of guy that'd take an itinerary on a vacation, so. So I'm glad you're here to get all this organized, thanks.
Commissioner Eggers, did you have a?
Yeah, just the last couple comments. First of all, you mentioned culture change, and so I looked again to all the staff that's here. Appreciate you buying into that. I mean, at the end of the day, we're doing it for our residents, and I know you all take that into account whenever you do that. So buying into culture change is huge. It's not only good for us and our organization, but for the residents that we represent. So thank you for that. And the other thing on asset management is so critical. It's so frustrating. I remember coming in when I first got here, and they said, well, we really don't know the condition of our wastewater lines or our water lines. This was like years ago. And so what they started to do is mapping everything and doing the tedious work of sending cameras into lines to get an idea about the condition of our stuff. You know, it's like, and so I appreciate the vertical nature of your work, but we still need to have a sense of what's going on and what the condition is if we're going to ever start to plan for improvements. I'm not a big one on deferring a lot of that, so I mean, I get the questions about need to versus want to, but again, you know, a bad road today becomes a more expensive road tomorrow. And so that trade-off, we have to keep looking at that so that we accelerate when we can and get out ahead of some of those expensive repairs later. I know we're tight this year, so we're going to look at all of that, but it's really important that we don't have bad dollars spent later versus not as good dollars. They're not ever good dollars, but you got to do it. You got to do it to keep our assets in place. So again, thank you for everybody being here, and thank you for both of you and the work you're doing.
Kelly's model for roads is exactly where we want to go long term, but she's where I want to be. So thank you, sir.
She's probably watching.
Yeah, I know she is, but I'll hear about it.
Well, Bill, thank you very much. I mean, the county's approach to facility management and maintenance has really been kind of whack-a-mole, you know, fix it when it breaks kind of thing. So speaking from experience, investing in a good preventive maintenance program, which is really kind of what you're doing, pays dividends in the long run. It's an investment on the front side to get things up to speed, but in the long run, the county will save money. So I applaud everything you're doing, glad you're here, and glad to meet the team. So thanks, everybody, for showing up today. So unless there's any other questions, thank you very much. Okay. And with that, do we want to break for lunch? Okay. All right, we'll break for lunch and come back at 12:30.
So good afternoon now, Commissioners. We have, of course, Joe Lauro, the Director, and three folks sitting back over behind Barry over here, Don Moore, Keith Bentley, and Mary Celeste. They're running the show for Joe, doing the work in the various divisions that you'll see in just a minute. And next to me again is Shane Kuntz, the budget analyst for Kuntze, I'll say it right. Shane Kuntze, the budget analyst for Administrative Services. So Shane, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners. Thank you for having me. So we are going to talk about the Department of Administrative Services today. And following the discussion with Construction and Property Management, just like to remind you all that this is the original home for that team. So DAS has been restructured. It now only has risk, fleet, and purchasing. So just wanted to highlight that. All right, let's get into the budget drivers. We are going to, the efficiencies and cost savings. We're going to start right at the bottom of page 2. And there's a couple that I'd like to highlight, some of the higher level items. First and foremost, when it comes to our insurance, there's been a lot going on in terms of increases that we've seen over the last couple years. We are going to continue to expect to have that 15% credit from FM Global, which is an approximate savings of $1.2 million on that policy. Additionally, the market in FY25 ended up being better than expected. We were actually able to come in under budget by a little over $3 million. So what that means, Commissioners, is when we come to renew in FY26, we can actually increase up to 17.6 million, right? So our renewal this year was 14.4. So we can actually increase a little over 3.2 or 22% without needing a budget amendment or look at cutting coverage. So there's a pretty decent gap there before we have to start having those type of conversations. In FY25, that renewal of 14.4 that came under budget, not only was it lower than anticipated, but we were actually able to expand coverage in some key areas, including cyber. There was also the full replacement of multiple AEDs in FY25. Those are on an 8-year cycle, so throughout the county, you'll see those life-saving devices. That cost will not incur again until 8 years is up. And then finally, just a couple items from FY24 we'll pick out here. Again, we saw insurance ebb and flow over the years. Back in FY24, there was actually a cost avoidance of $1.9 million where we had to look at the policy and make some key adjustments then. And Risk Management Division has actively been looking at vehicular patterns, what folks are doing out there on the road, and their team has put forward some data that they share with county admin, and we're actually seeing reductions in employee injuries, employee accidents, and things of that nature. So just a couple efficiencies and cost savings for you to focus on there. And we will move right along to the end of page 3, which is our topics for discussion and our budget drivers. This budget.
One
yes,
question.
Sir.
Just because I'm seeing it again here, the reserve dollars that we started putting in these departments, right? You did that last year, or?
The reserves you see are for non-general fund funds. So you'll see a risk reserve and you'll see a fleet reserve in this department. You will not see a general fund reserve in this department.
I understand.
Right.
So these are additional reserves that we have in, under the general fund reserve that we always talk about the policy. These are added.
These are, yes, these are reserves for each fund. So
Well, it's obviously been a policy change because we haven't had that.
no, we have.
We have had that
We have had in each fund a reserve in the funds. Now, let me unpack that just a little bit. In risk, we have a reserve because risk has been volatile over the last several years. With hurricanes, the property and casualty insurance in particular has up, down, up, it's well, up and then up a little less and then up a little more. It's only been up. But that's what that reserve is for risk. In the fleet side, it's a little different. We have a reserve for the vehicles because we have our vehicle replacement plan. And so we're placing orders now, and the vehicles come sometimes a year, sometimes longer, later. So that goes over in the reserve side because it's waiting for that vehicle to get here. So the reserves on the fleet side are a little larger than what you might see because we know those vehicles are coming when they come. Does that make sense?
It does, it does. You talked about having reserves already in the numbers. And these are, like the one here, additional reserves.
Yes.
For fluctuation in pricing that
Yes.
we're finding out on the market.
So two different reasons for those
Right.
reserves. But yes, on the risk side for fluctuations in pricing, yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
Is that why there hasn't been reserves before '24?
No.
Because of that fluctuation?
No, 24 is an actual number, so you will not see a reserve expenditure in 22, 23, and 24 because you don't spend reserves. You have it at fund balance at the end of the year. So we had budgeted reserves, so if we were showing you budgeted columns,
Yeah.
you would see reserves. But there's no unit of reserve that you can buy. You don't actually buy a reserve, so you won't see it on the actual side of things.
So does that mean we didn't actually spend any reserves in 22,
Right.
23, or 24?
No, it does not necessarily mean that. So, but what it would mean is we would come back to the board and say, we're moving money from reserve up into a line item that we would spend out of. And there would be a budget amendment associated with that.
That's for claims, too.
It is, thank you. It is both. There are claims and policy. Yes. Yes.
Mike, please.
Sorry, thank you. It's not hurricane damage, it's not, the county had a roof ripped off, it's not that kind of, right? It's somebody sued us and we got to pay money out.
Correct. So FEMA requires you to look and see what insurance you have first. So you hit the insurance, and then whatever is not covered by insurance, FEMA comes back behind.
Well, just to get into Commissioner Eggert's point a little deeper of just understanding what those reserves are actually going to be.
And Joe, have I forgotten anything on the risk
No,
side?
Chris, you hit it on the head, yeah.
All right,
That's correct.
thank you. Commissioner Sherry, you have a question?
Chair, yeah, as long as we're on reserve, so we're increasing reserves by $11 million. That,
Sorry, ask the question one more time.
we
I
are
apologize.
increasing our reserves by $11 million. And that's to cover anticipated claims that we have coming up, is that what?
It covers, from an actuarial perspective, workers' compensation claims, liability claims, and also potential damages to people's properties from hurricanes, or if there's a sewer spill and that kind of thing. So a lot comes out of that bucket.
Well, you
We deal
must
with a
know
lot of
something
things.
that's coming up to ask for.
So to give a little bit more clarity on those, this particular reserve was set up initially for claims that we would see outstanding if we were to have, like, for example, significant revenue shortfalls. We have an actuarial who comes through and does a study on us and says, okay, you have these claims, this is how long we think that they will go out into the future. We are 50% confident that these are the reserve levels you need to pay out those claims should you experience like a revenue gap or something catastrophic.
Does the actuarial meet with Jewel to talk about the probabilities of these cases? Is that what? Okay.
When they do that study, we're not funding up the total liability potential. That's where they're assuming some risk, and they say, all right, based upon all these outstanding cases, this is the reserve levels we think, and we're this confident. So there's a risk level on how much we fund to that, and we try to keep that tight, knowing that a lot of those cases aren't going to clear. But having a reserve allows you to not budget a full amount because some will come through higher, some won't occur at all, and it allows you to be able to deal with any fluctuations in what the actual is, versus what you're trying to predict, sometimes years out, years in advance.
And is this funding for the reserves that mostly coming out of the, Is it coming out of the general fund or the
It's coming
fleet
out of all
fund?
funds.
It's allocated.
Huh?
Through cost allocation, it gets built up. So every department, every agency pays into
The
that based on claim.
utilities, airport, they all pay into that, but then it comes in here.
All right, so the general fund doesn't get hit for the whole 11 million?
That's correct.
Correct. And Commissioner, the $11 million increase that you see at the bottom of page 1 is broken into the risk and the fleet on page 2 at the top. So part of it is risk, part of it is fleet. I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Yeah, I wasn't double counting again. Thanks.
All right. Thank you all for the questions. All right, we're going to go back to the bottom of page 3, and we're going to jump into our topics for discussion and budget drivers. The Department of Administrative Services is supported by 3 funds: the General Fund, the Fleet Management Fund, and the Risk Financing Fund. The only division supported by the General Fund is purchasing. We have a expected increase overall of $110,480 for the general fund to $2.6 million. This is due to a couple of reasons, mostly personnel. The director is retiring and there's an expected payout, so part of that payout is going to impact the purchasing group. There is also some realignment of the positions. And what I mean by that is Mary actually used to oversee our risk group, and so part of Mary's salary used to be allocated to the risk fund. That is no longer happening. It's now 100% general fund. And then finally, Joe's salary used to also be partially allocated to what is the facilities team. That is no longer happening. So all these changes caused allocation adjustments to the purchasing group, and on top of that, the payout expected in the first quarter. Next up, our Fleet Finance Fund is excluding reserves. It's actually decreasing by $2.2 million or 9.8% overall. This is due to a $2.5 million reduction in their capital outlay. I'm going to get in a little more about that a little further down. And then finally, our Risk Financing Fund overall, excluding reserves, is decreasing as well by $69,960. There's a couple major factors as to why that's decreasing. First off, it's those AED packages that we talked about, both the device and the care packages that were purchased in FY25. Since it won't be another 8 years until we need to do that, those costs come down. And then also the realignment of Mary's salary out of that group is also causing some reductions there. Revenues for the proposed FY26 budget are only for fleet and risk. Cumulatively, we're expecting a $1.4 million or 3% increase there. It's predominantly due to charges for services, which are increasing by $141,000. Also interest by 1.0. And finally, just miscellaneous revenue that doesn't quite fit into other categories that we have. Interest is increasing so much because we found that these funds were not budgeting for that. That's a large sum of money that we get every year that we want to make sure that we're including in our entire budget. And we're recognizing that early on. And we do that based on the fund balance. This was the topic that we were already discussing previously, but I'd like to share a little bit more details about the reserves here. It is increasing by 11.2 or 25.4% to 55.4. As we discussed earlier, the Fleet Management Fund does use reserves for 2 primary categories. First, contingencies. If we have unstabilization in the market, something happens overseas, we suddenly see, or even close to home, we see fuel prices skyrocket, parts skyrocket. We need to have something there available to us to help make sure that we maintain operations. And but the bulk of their reserves are for what we call the vehicle replacement plan. If you're not familiar with that, it's traditionally a 9 to 10 year plan. A department purchases a vehicle and it immediately enters the vehicle replacement plan. For 9, 10 years, that department is going to pay, almost like a car note in your personal life, they pay that into fleet. And so once the time is up, that vehicle is available. So those reserves are there so that when the vehicle is set to be sold and retired, money is available to procure a new one and keep operations going. Fleet revenue remains fairly consistent, but you will see that there's a drop in their 2 point, remember there's a 2.5 drop in our capital outlay overall. That drop means that we're going to be purchasing less vehicles. So if we have consistent revenue and we purchase less vehicles, that money has to go somewhere, and so we put it into the reserves for the future. And actually here, I've got a note for you. There's actually 20.3 million of that 22.3 is allocated to that future year reserve for vehicle procurement. For the reserves for the risk financing fund, they are also increasing by 5.9 million or 21.7. Again, we talked about this earlier, but share a little bit more figures with you. 30.3 million of that is in that accrued liability reserve. And that is, again, if we have shortfalls, we are legally obligated to pay those claims. So if we do have an experience like Fort Myers, we need to be able to pay those out. So if these reserves do decrease, the county would still have to pay for it. It would have to come from somewhere else, such as the general fund. So it's risk management as to how much we want those reserves to be. At 30.3, you're looking at about a 45% confidence interval from the actuarial. The department's FTE is increasing. I want to make it clear that this is not an increase overall for the county. This is just the allocation of Joe's position of .4 being realigned from construction property management to DAS. Operating expenses, I will have to make a clarification here for you all. Initially upon submittal, there was a decrease, and that was predominantly driven by the AED purchases coming off and no longer being needed. There was a late approval on a decision package, and my apologies, the narrative did not keep up with that. They are actually increasing by $140,120 because of that GPS device decision package, which we will talk about in more detail in just a moment.
Commissioners, AED stands for Automated External Defibrillator. They're on the walls in most of our buildings, so just want to make sure you know what the acronym is.
Thank you, Chris. He keeps me honest. All right, capital outlay is decreasing by 2.5 million overall. It's going from 8 million to 5.4. That's that predominantly driven by that decrease in the vehicle purchases that we talked about. And general fund and risk financing, neither of those have capital outlay. So all capital outlay is attributed to the fleet division. Moving on to the top of page 5, we have the beginning of our decision packages, and that is the GPS device that I mentioned previously. So currently we do have a service where we track telematics and GPS. That vendor is going to be sunsetting the program. And so we are going to have, Don, correct me, is it 6 months? 6 months of the current vendor in the next year, and about 8 months funded for the new vendor. So there will be a little bit of overlap in the year to allow for data transfer and things to be moved over. But the reason we do have to go out and seek a new service is because the current vendor is going to be sunsetting, will not be an option for us moving forward. This provides very helpful data to the county, including the data that I mentioned that looks at vehicle safety, what folks are doing out there, how our operators are managing risk. And that will come with a $213,250 recurring cost for the fleet management fund. And it is preliminarily approved in the budget. Next up is the ranked 2. It's the fleet fuel truck for $343,740. This is a non-recurring item. This is being requested because the current vehicle is, its chassis is about 24 years old. It's nearing obsolescence, but more importantly, the current vehicle is top-loaded and violates federal regulation. We cannot transport gasoline with the current model. So during times of emergencies, we would not be able to transport gasoline to locations. There are also blue sky operations where this vehicle is also necessary, but it is a major part of our emergency response plan. So that, again, comes with a cost of $343,000 non-recurring, and that will be in the fleet management fund, and it has also been preliminarily approved. Finally, there was a P-card monthly audit for $31,000. Currently, the process is very manual, so the department is currently piloting a automated system where they can look at our P-card transactions, look for anything from mistakes to fraud, savings opportunities. And it comes at a cost of $31,000. It has not been approved yet in the preliminary budget. The department is currently looking at other funding options internally to see what can be adjusted to continue that service in FY26.
Shane, this is also an IG recommendation as well because of all the transactions and potential for fraud, so just to throw that in there as well.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah. Well, through cost allocation, Commissioner, yeah. Through cost allocation, all of the costs from purchasing are spread out anyway, so yeah. To answer your question, yes.
Thank you.
So why was it not recommended?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, what was it?
Why was it not recommended?
So they have been able to so far pay for it in this fiscal year by using their personnel lapse. We're looking to see if that would be an option in the new fiscal year so we don't have an increase to the general fund. Continuing on, closer to the bottom of page 5, summary proposed changes to user fees. This department does not have any user fees, and CIP report, there's actually no governmental projects that, or no, there is a governmental project, I apologize.
Yep.
They do not have CIP built within their budget, but they do have governmental CIP projects, and those two will be discussed by Drew later on this afternoon. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Joe to talk about his accomplishments.
Thanks, Shane. Really appreciate it. Commissioners, I'm Joe Laurel, Director of Administrative Services. I've been with the county 27 and a half years. This will be my last budget meeting. I'm retiring at the end of this year, so I just wanted, Shane mentioned it, but I figured I would just make that very clear. So I wanted to introduce 3 of the hardest working division directors you have. Mary Celeste, would you stand for just a second? She's the director of our purchasing division. And last year, the purchasing division won the award from the National Procurement Institute for Award of Excellence. So they do a great job there day in and day out, protecting the board, protecting county administration, and making sure the tax dollars are spent wisely. Next, I want to introduce Keith Bentley. He's our Director of Risk Management. He's been with the county about 3.5 years. Does a great job day in and day out for you guys. And last but not least is Don Moore, our Director of Fleet Management. You know, when Don came on board, one of the things I told him flat out is we want to create a professional fleet organization because our fleet organization really was dragging down. Don's done a phenomenal job here for the 5.5, 6 years he's been with the county, and so much so that he's flying to North Carolina in a couple of weeks to get an award. Fleet management has been deemed to be one of the top 50 fleets in the United States, so we don't know where we're going to land, but that's still pretty positive considering where we were 5 years ago. So Don, fantastic job. Appreciate it. So some of our accomplishments for fiscal year 26. We completed the GPS implementation. The data, like Shane said, not to repeat what Shane said, has been very valuable going forward, so we don't need to go into that. It also helps claims, keep claims down as well because of accidents and everything else. So GPS is a valuable tool we use day in and day out. We also completed a new software application implementation at Fleet Management. They were using 25-year-old software, believe it or not, and it was so obsolete. I mean, it was really pretty pathetic. So Barry helped us get the funding involved for that to get new software, and it's been very, very successful. It's been up about a month and a half, and we see such a difference in just from an efficiency perspective using that new software. It just works so much better than what we had, and it really is a full fleet management software system. One of the things that we initiated was an underutilized vehicle initiative, and we came up with a report that showed there were a lot of vehicles that were underutilized. You know, when you actually get to the departmental level, a lot of those vehicles are needed even though they're not utilized as much as we think they should be. So we asked departments to go back and take an honest look at their fleet, what they have under their umbrella from a departmental perspective. And we were able to come up with 41 vehicles that were turned in for a one-time savings of $500,000 and a savings over 20 years of $1.6 million, which includes not replacing that vehicle and, of course, the operating costs. So that's pretty significant. That's one of the things we're proud of from a fleet perspective. The purchasing division took the lead working with the Office of County Attorney. Jewel, thanks so much for your help with that and your staff. We really made some differences in the way we operate from a purchasing perspective. It's made a huge difference in timeline for processing contracts. We raised the bid threshold, we raised the purchasing director's threshold. You know, a lot of things like that small purchase threshold make a big difference in turning around goods and services to the taxpayers of the county. So that was a huge, huge help going forward.
Joe,
Yeah,
can
I'm
I
sorry.
ask you one
Yes, sir.
question? Back to the third bullet point there about
Yeah.
reducing the fleet by 41 units, yielding a 500,000 one-time savings.
Right.
So you're anticipating the same approach in the years ahead?
Yeah, we'll probably look at it in a year and a half or 2 years, Commissioner, because you have to let departments go back and realign their operations to make sure that if there are other vehicles that they can give up, great. If not, they'll stay the way it is. But yeah, we did it the last 2 years, and we had 35 last year, and I think 6 this year we were able to.
So these
recuperate.
operational savings you're talking about?
Yeah, they're operational and direct.
One-time capital,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Right.
So the recurring savings is really the operational side?
Right.
And you
Fuel.
present valued it at 1.6 million?
Right. That's fuel, repairs, and that
I
kind of thing.
understand.
Exactly.
So that net present over 20 years is at
Right.
1.6? It seems like it would
1.6
be
million.
higher than that.
No, because when you think about it, I mean, I thought the same thing, I'll be honest. When you think about how much it actually costs to repair and maintain a vehicle, it's not, because we keep the fleet up. Our average fleet is only 7.8 years. Our fleet's not falling apart. So when you think about it, and we're very good, too, from a PM perspective, when you think about it, the actual expense is not as much as you think
Yeah,
per
I guess so.
vehicle.
Yeah.
Going
Okay.
forward.
If you were keeping them longer, it'd be.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a lot higher.
It would
Okay.
definitely be much
Got it.
higher.
Okay,
Exactly.
thank you.
Yep. The risk management division has really, really looked at what they cover, and I know Shane has mentioned it already, so I don't want to repeat this too much, but increased cyber coverage makes a big difference in the potential, you know, with all the issues now with people being able to tap into our computer systems and everything that goes along with that. None of it's good. We're able to increase our cyber coverage quite a bit. You know, we have a very successful history at the county with claims. It's one of the reasons why our actual policies did not go up. We have a great relationship with our actual insurers too, but our history of claims has been relatively low. Some of that is luck, some of it's been skill, to be honest with you, but either way, it really has helped us maintain a lower cost for insurance. And we already talked about the subscription software for purchasing, so we don't need to repeat that. From a work plan going forward, we have 3 CIP projects that Andrew Brown will talk about later, but one of the responsibilities of fleet management is to not only manage our fuel supply, but to replace the sites when they come up for the 30-year replacement for federal and state standards. So we have 3 CIP projects related to that as well. Any questions before I go forward, or no?
Commissioner Wiki?
I guess I just had a quick question looking at the 2025 accomplishments. You know, the last bullet point, you know, talking about the P card, and it says, you know, violations activity is reduced 50% or more using intelligent compliance software. I mean, have you seen a lot of P card violation activity?
The potential is always there, Commissioner. We have seen some, to be honest with you. It's not to the point where it's out of control. But that's exactly why we want to use the software, so it doesn't get out of control. We've seen scandals in other organizations. We've heard all the horror stories that can happen from misuse of a P card. So that's exactly why we're trying to be, you know, progressive in that area, trying to maintain them. Yep.
That's good. Thank you.
Sure. Our performance measures are next. You know, we really strive to keep employees' injuries down. We went to a third-party administrator for workers' comp about 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago now. They've done a really good job for us paying claims down. A lot of claims were really out there a long period of time. Our third-party administrator's done a great job in moving that forward. So we look to actually reduce it because of that year after year.
There's an example where the sheriff teamed up with us as
Yep.
we outsourced that function.
Made a huge difference. Of course, we always want to be responsible when it comes to compliance, federal and state compliance on our fuel tanks, so we want 100% compliance on that. Compliance with preventive maintenance, like I mentioned earlier, the key to keeping a fleet operating as inexpensively as possible is to make sure you keep PMs at an acceptable level. So we were down a little bit, and the main reason why is trying to hire mechanics. I'll be honest with you, it has not been fun trying to hire mechanics. Through Barry's push and through Amanda at I was going to say employee relations, excuse me, workforce relations, we've been able to raise mechanic salaries, and we have seen a difference, according to our market study. It really has made a difference hiring mechanics, but our PMs have dropped off a little bit, so we're trying to get that back up again. And I believe, Don, correct me if I'm wrong, we have 2 open staff right now. We had 4. We had 5, okay.
2 months ago.
Right. Yeah, so that has made a difference going forward. The next item is premium change attributed to market changes. That has to do with insurance. Obviously, we want to try to keep that as low as possible. Savings attributed to P-card use. All that number is simply a $65 charge, what we estimate it's costing to process, and it's actually even higher than that now. We've been using $65 for a while. But if you buy something on a PO, that whole process to pay, and to process the PO is pretty expensive. So by using the P card, it really reduces that down. So that's where that savings of $1.5 million comes into play. Plus, on top of that, by using the P card, we get a rebate back from the state. It's about $250,000 a year that goes back into the general fund and the enterprise funds that use the P card, so that helps as well. Subrogation recoveries collected, that's always, you got to keep on top of those firms to make sure we get our money through the claims process. So Keith and his staff have done a great job with that, and we expect that to go up year after year. And vendors in compliance with insurance requirements. That doesn't sound like much of a deal, but it really is, because when somebody comes on our property, we have to make sure that they're not only insured, but that they maintain their insurance. So we have software that monitors that, and we obviously want to keep that high too going forward. But that's all I have from a presentation perspective.
Questions?
Thanks again. I guess I just noticed that the recoveries collected in '24, there was no number there. I didn't know if you knew that or anyone knew that.
I think that's a clerical mistake, Commissioner, honestly. I'll go back and check it, but I think that's a clerical mistake. We obviously collected, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you. It's not a zero.
Yeah, yeah, that is not correct.
Joe, just, I know we've talked about the reserves here, and we went over that, but it just, I still just have a concern here that
Sure.
like 52.3% of the budget is reserves. And and that's up from 45.4% from last year.
Yeah.
It just-
Some of that is interest earnings, to be honest, Commissioner, on the reserves. Shane could probably elaborate a little further how that amount went up. But, that's money that we keep for certain situational type things, whether it's fleet or from a claims perspective. It's a lot of money. I agree. It's a lot of money sitting there. It is, but it's there for a reason.
What's our 5-year historical average on that? Any idea?
It hasn't changed much over 5 years. Our actual amount has gone up, but what we've paid out from a claims perspective has been pretty straightforward. Same thing with vehicle replacement. It's about $5 to $7 million a year in vehicles we replace.
I'd like to see, if you could get it for us, Chris or Joe, just that 5-year average of what those reserves have been compared to the budget.
Commissioner, if you want, you brought this, and Commissioner Nowick, you brought this up yesterday with the healthcare fund. We're going to go back and look at the reserve levels and what we have. We could do the same thing out of these funds and bring those back, together and have a discussion.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Oh, okay.
I did notice one new thing, an Amazon subscription. I was just curious.
Oh, that's
Joe-
actually.
Joe likes to buy
yeah.
water and,
Yeah. That's actually a really good thing for the county.
Here,
Okay.
listen,
Yeah.
it is pretty cool, but
Yeah.
it does stand out.
Amazon created a governmental program. Now, honestly, about 4 years ago, they didn't have that. So there was a lot of potential for issues using Amazon, but they created a government program where all the purchases are monitored. There's no funny business that goes on behind the scenes where employees get stuff shipped to the house and that kind of thing. You can't do it in this program. So basic operational expenses. And you can get some really good deals through Amazon. And it's used by everyone throughout the county. Everyone uses it, and it's worked out very well. And they use a lot of small businesses on top of it, so.
Yeah, they actually list out, they use local vendors for the services, which I thought was amazing. I thought it would lower our local spend, but they actually have vendors right here.
Yeah.
FAC now has it, you get free Prime, since we're members of the Florida Association of Counties. If you don't have an account, you get a free
No
Prime.
Prime memberships on this, Commissioner.
They just did that with us, so. And you get the stuff delivered like the next day in some instances, so
Right.
it does work like that.
Sometimes same day.
Hey?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. All right, do you have anything?
Just one last comment, that's all. Joe, thank you for all your years of service.
Oh, thanks,
It
Commissioner.
really-
Yeah, thanks, Joe.
It's just amazing, yeah.
Thanks so much.
And an enjoyable and healthy retirement, my friend.
Thanks, I really appreciate that.
Your last day here is?
That's a good question, Barry. It'll probably be sometime in October.
October.
Yeah, I haven't
So,
set a
Just to
date
give you a
yet.
timeline.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Yeah.
I kind of hide a little bit. No, internal service stuff, you know how it is. You kind of behind the scenes, but yeah.
All right. All right, thanks, appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
All right, next, Mr. Loack, you're up, sir.
So Brian Loack and Terry Tuxhorn are going to be coming over to the table over here. Terry is a great partner in getting this budget together. And Jim Abernathy is going to be joining me here at the table. He is, you saw him yesterday, and he is back today. He is the budget analyst for this department. I'm going to give him just a moment to get everything settled and ready to go. All right, Jim, the floor is yours, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. The CVB budget is funded by the Tourist Development Tax Fund, which is mainly funded through the collection of a 6% bed tax on short-term visitors in our hotels, motels, and other rental locations such as Airbnb and Vrbo of less than 6 months. The department's FY26 budget increases $34.2 million, which is 10%, which includes the reserves. On page 2 of the document, we outline the department's actions to contain their operating budgets for the FY26 request, as well as in FY24 and FY25. In FY26, the department reduced film incentives by $675,000, capital consultants by $450,000, travel by $30,000, and other reductions to research, training, and education, and various operating expenses to match historical trends. The department took similar actions in both FY24 and FY25 to contain their operating budgets. In FY26, total revenues decreased $2.2 million to $96.8 million. TDT revenue decreases $2 million to $91.5 million, which is a 2.1% decrease. The rest of the revenue comes from interest or co-op advertising and other miscellaneous revenues. FY25 TDT revenues are projected to come in at $93.5 million, which is right on budget. FY25 started off very poorly for TDT collections, as many hotels were closed or had greatly reduced capacity due to the impacts of Hurricanes Milton and Helene in September and October. October TDT collections were down 28.1% compared to to 2023. And November's was better, with a reduction of only 0.8% compared to the same period in 2023. Personnel services for CVB positions increase $87,000. The FY26 request does not include a general increase for employees, but does include the normal actuarial increase for FRS. The rates for other benefits remain flat in FY26, and the FTE remains flat at 50. Operating expenses decreased $488,000 across various accounts as noted in the efficiencies. The FY26 request continues the department's support for Creative Pinellas with $861,000 in the FY26 budget, which is the same as FY25. Grants and aids increased $2.1 million for the county's commitment to the Dali Museum project, which is $12.5 million in FY26. Also included is $350,000 for the Holocaust Museum in St. Pete. The $12.5 million was the total capital, or the grants and aids budget. Transfer to the capital for beach nourishment projects decreases $1 million to $7.4 million. This funding is equal to half of one of the TDT percents per board policy. To account for the 60-40 split between advertising, marketing, and promotions and the capital funding program within the TDT fund, reserves for operating are separate from reserves for capital. Total reserves increased $33.5 million to $298.3 million. Operating reserves increased 22.4 to $159.3 million, while capital reserves increased 11.1 to $139.1 million. However, this request does not account for the budget amendment on the June 17th agenda to transfer $86 million from the capital reserves for beach nourishment projects.
What will occur, that they keep the capital reserve for beach separate, and so the 86 million plus the amount that's in the fund will fully fund up the beach nourishment program that's coming before you. Okay. And Jim, do you have the sheet that outlines that? I'll pass that out, and while he continues to speak, because this actually provides a really good summary. You've seen this before. This is what we've used, but it kind of puts all the numbers that he just threw out with reserve levels and kind of outlines that.
And I apologize, I did not include that with the packet that was submitted. But with that budget amendment, this would reduce the capital reserves to $53.1 million and total reserves to $212 million. As Barry's passing that out, the capital funding program, which provides funding for various eligible projects throughout the county from the 40% portion of the 60-40 split, includes the beach renourishment funding that we spoke about previously, as well as $350,000 for the Florida Holocaust Museum in St. Pete and $12.1 million for the Dali Museum in St. Pete. There are several project requests that have been reviewed by the BCC and approved conceptually that are not included in the FY26 budget request, including the Philly Spring Training Complex, Eddie C. Moore, Clearwater Beach Municipal Marina, the Clearwater Marine Aquarium, and several others. When a final agreement is reached between the county and the requesting organization, the funding will be included in future budget requests or budget amendments as necessary. At the very bottom of page 3 and the top of page 4 of the document, you will see a summary of the department's one decision package submitted in FY26. More details regarding this decision package can be found in page 23 of the document. This decision package was not submitted by the department, but was submitted on behalf of Creative Pinellas, and funding is not included in the FY26 budget request for this decision package. Now I'll turn it over to Brian, the President and CEO of Visit St. Pete Clearwater.
Well, thank you, Jim. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm going to walk through very briefly because hopefully in my role, I've done a good enough job already highlighting a lot of these accomplishments and priorities that we have and KPIs. As far as 2025 accomplishments, you'll see here the $96.8 million in TDT that was collected, the $6.4 million hotel rooms generated, and then the over 300,000 room nights that were generated by our sports and meetings team. But I wanted to touch on the other three because they're very important to us. The Michelin Guide Florida came to town this year, and why I want to highlight that in addition to it being excellent is because it was a priority. When the Michelin Guide came to Florida 3 years ago, it wasn't here in St. Pete Clearwater. And the community said, we're a Michelin Guide destination. The commission said, we're a Michelin Guide destination. But until that time, we hadn't prioritized it. So we made it happen, and we're very proud of that. In the first year eligible, we do have 4 Michelin Guide recommended restaurants spanning from downtown St. Pete all the way up to Safety Harbor. On the Still Shining and Ampersand campaigns, why I want to highlight these is because in the last 10 months, we've gone through 3 separate campaigns, and that's a heavy lift. Prior to the storms last year, the campaign was Let's Shine. And then the storms came, we paused for about a month, and then we had to get back at it. The campaign launch of Still Shining was our campaign to demonstrate to the world that while we were punched in the face by those storms, we weren't devastated, and we were still shining. That ran from October through about a little over December, and then we launched an all-new campaign called the Ampersand, really to highlight that we're so much more than just America's best beaches. We're America's best beaches and so many other things. And that takes a lot of time and energy, and I'm very proud of the team to be able to do that in such a short span of time. And then last but not least, we just recently launched, for the first time ever, a direct booking engine on our website. And if you were like me before I came over here, you'd say, what is that? So when you go online and you want to book a trip, you want to travel, you go to Expedia, you go to bookings.com, you probably just Google where you want to go, and then you hit the first banner ad that comes up, and that's how you plan your travel. Well, we never had one of those, and for the first time ever, we do. And why it's so important to us is because now, instead of going to those websites, you are coming to visit spc.com. You're able to book through that engine. And in addition to receiving that first-party data now for us to then take and use in our business, we also are able to package trips. So you go and you can stay and play, as we call it, and you can book your hotel and get deals and opportunities and what's going on here in the destination while you'll be here. You can do it. It's a one-stop shop. And as opposed to all those other booking engines that you have used in the past, this one charges no commission to our partners, the hotels that use that, hotels and short-term rentals that use that. So we're very proud of that. Just got it up and running. You'll hear more about that in the future. As far as the work plan goes, 2 of those on there, the elite events and the capital funding, those are ongoing things that we do. The elite events, we currently, that happens all year long. And so we bring every spring or summer to you all some recommendations that have been vetted through staff, recommended to TDC, and then brought forward to you. But that's just the start of the process, because then as those come throughout the year, we have to negotiate deliverables, both on the sponsorship and advertising and marketing side. We've got to run them through Terry's shop to do the contracts and get those out. And then by the time we do all that, it's time to do it again. On the capital side, you'll recall we recently came earlier this year. You all approved a number of capital projects. We're currently in discussion with those entities who received those funding recommendations to put together some agreements. We'll be bringing those back to you. And then between now and the end of the year, we're also going to bring forward to the TDC and you all some recommended changes to the capital projects program guidelines. And then as soon as we get done with that, we start the cycle all over again. That is, as it stands, a 2-year, every 2 years we open that up. And then on the youth sports complex, not a lot to say about that one. You're familiar with that, but we're currently in an RFP and working with county administration to determine paths forward. Two more that are on there that aren't on there that I wanted to mention is we have a number of incentive programs throughout the department. We continue to go through each and every one of those and evaluate it, make sure that it's effective, it's meeting its stated goal, and that it's maximizing ROI and really driving travel to the destination. And then last but not least, we're currently in the midst of an RFP for our advertising agency. And that's a big deal for us because it's our largest contract. As you'll see, it's currently about $21 million annually. We have had the same firm for 17 years, but as with everything, we want to go out and see what's in the market. So we will be doing that, and whether we stay with the current vendor or have a new agency, that'll be getting kicked off and in place at the start of the fiscal year. And then last but not least, we have our KPIs. These are only top-level KPIs. In addition to those that you see on here, we have KPIs for each of our 3 verticals that we constantly monitor. You'll notice, wait a second, Brian, they're all the same for 26 as they are for 25. Well, that's because 25, we know that we're not going to hit any of those KPIs based on what happened to kick off the fiscal year. So once we see how those 2025 KPIs come back where we land at the end of the fiscal year, we can then reevaluate those and put in some goals for 2026 that we think are attainable. That's what I've got for you. Look forward to any questions that you may have for me.
Thank you very much. Excellent job. And I think especially with the ampersand, I think I shared with you when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's us up there. So I really do like that because it's a new way of approaching. I just have one question. The $70,000 reduction that you have for cost savings, that was focused on workforce development. It is on page 2 under FY25. Elimination of 70,000 in film,
yes.
Commission for Workforce and Tourism. So that workforce, is that for employment development or assisting individuals in possible employment development?
That was a program that we had to train and educate the workforce outside of our organization, the workforce in general, and we eliminated that.
So, I'm sorry, I'm just,
No, okay.
I'm sorry. It's after lunch, I'm slow now. And I apologize if I'm not getting it, Brian. So this is something that we train people for, not us working with potential companies.
Correct.
To come in and we want to help them find talent.
Correct.
Okay.
We did not view that, this was something that we funded. This was not us going out to bring films here. It was us funding a program that trained non-employees in that industry, and we eliminated that.
Okay, all right, that's why I said, please forgive me, because I'm thinking, and when we're talking about employment, I want to make sure we're doing all we can, so thank you for answering that. I'm done now, Mr. Chair, I got it.
Commissioner Eckert.
Yeah, just maybe a little more discussion. I guess this isn't probably the meeting time to do that, but on the youth sports park, and also I would add to that adult, whatever, mixing them all together. I've just spoken with more and more people about the needs for fields in this county, and the fields not only for just playing, but also to get major events to come here and put more heads in beds. So where are we in that process? Where are we on the thought process? You said we've got an RFP out, but what's going on? Where are we talking about it? Maybe that's for you, Barry, or is it for?
Well, he was looking at me. You start, okay, and then I'll round out, okay.
I would just say we see that there's certainly a demand that exists in the market for travel, tournaments, sports, and that's an opportunity for us to increase our footprint for that. We're currently in the RFP process, and we're really going through to see if this is something that's feasible in the future. And because I have yet to update Barry on where we're at, that's where I'll leave that.
Oh, okay. So there's probably stuff I don't know about this, but they're working on that RFP process. And they have a bid, an active bid, and they were trying to negotiate through that to me. What would that mean? And so it's also size and scale of the facility, and then there's other things that I asked them to look at as part of that bid because we want that's also part of an active landfill, and is that an alternative disposal site, for instance? And so there's some things that they were working on and scaling it, because somebody can submit a proposal that says we're going to do everything, be all things to all people, but it's probably not feasible because they want to push cost back on us. So we were trying to find the right sizing of the target markets that they're going after and the cost associated with that. So in other words, whether you do buildings or whether you do open fields, it's a far different scale, different audiences, different target markets. And so we need to zero in on what makes sense for us. We need to coordinate with our partners in St. Petersburg and in Clearwater to make sure it's complementary to the other markets that are currently exist. And so that's the type of things that they've been working on.
And Commissioner Eggers, just to round that out, we've been talking about, this potential for decades, but we wanted to go out. We have no idea how much it's going to cost. So the biggest goal with this exercise is to see how much it's actually going to cost so we can make decisions.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I think I'd like to fast track it or faster track it. It's just trying to get some more discussion, more consensus here from the commission and push this a little bit more. And then the other piece of that, kind of in a different arena, would be more a convention center study to see if there's any demand for that, because it really, to me, seems like a missing piece to Pinellas County. But again, it's just
Huge
kind of
demand, I hear.
Excuse me?
Huge demand for it, I hear.
So Commissioner Dueke's brought this up in the past, right? And we conveyed that back as part of the TROP relook, and to say what's their vision for that process. And so if they took the lead, if they put that on to their future vision, and they wanted us to look at a study, we've offered that to the leadership at the city. And so kind of waiting where they want to go with that, because they would obviously, and we had this discussions during strategic planning, be the lead on something like that.
Somebody's doing the study as to the demand.
Well, I think we want to know whether it fits within their vision for the future. They control the site. So if that is part of that, we'd be happy to engage with them on a study.
Okay, I'm still trying to get a handle on, do we know what the demand side for this kind of product is? I mean, so that it motivates people to have it more important to their development thinking process.
The city of St. Petersburg would be the lead on that, because they control the site. And so if they envision a convention component, then we would do the study. But I don't think we should go out and say that there's a need for them. Then we're pushing to them that they should push to that direction. I've offered to the city, if that is part of something they want to do as part of their master planning, that we'd be happy to do a site to look at that demand.
Okay. All right. I'm obviously not, it's after lunch as well, so maybe I'm not coming up with the right questions. But for me, it's where it goes is important. I understand that. I understand that component. But us as a county saying, this is doggone important to us. We think it's important because of some general demand that we're hearing, that we see, and therefore we're kind of push it a little bit more if that's what we think. I mean,
where it goes is you can't do the study without the site. That's going to drive the revenue and the pro forma for the site.
So St. Petersburg understands the importance of having it. That's all I care about. If they need clarity on that, then maybe we should help them.
Well, we've offered that. We've said that we're willing to engage on that if that's what they wish to do.
All right.
But they're just now going out and getting community input on looking at a second look at the way the TROP. So this could very well be part of that process. We've made that offer based upon you guys, this discussion at strategic planning, and I've spoken with the mayor and the city administrator regarding that.
Okay. And then this document here, I've always liked seeing it just to kind of give, the two-pager that you passed out. Two things. One, it'd be nice to have a little piece below the line that talks about major projects that are being contemplated because the numbers change dramatically. Be nice to see that, maybe the two different documents. This one is where we are and what's been kind of looked at and approved. The other one might be like planning, we're talking about the Phillies, for instance, is that $2 million or is it $200 million? It makes a difference on how these numbers look. And I know we don't want to get out ahead of ourselves, and sometimes it's maybe you put a question mark in there because it's not politically palatable to start talking about numbers. But I'd like to at least see the projects listed that we're talking about that have significance.
We've done that before. I like the 2 million you mentioned, but that's a separate issue.
What's that?
I like the 2 million you mentioned, but that's a separate issue. No, we've done that before. Like, we used to have the Phillies on here. I don't know why we took it off, and we had it at 40 million because that was the original thing. So that we can do that of kind of projects that are, what do we see on the horizon? So that's something we could include.
And then the last thing is just any latest update on our beach renourishment process, federally, other than having money there, but we can't use it, kind of thing.
So the issue on our beach nourishment is it's coming before you here this month to move forward as we've discussed on our own. So far, and again, we're engaged with our federal lobbyist and our federal delegation on clarity in the language, whether they're bypassing the word of bill or the language in the word of bill, which says that you've got to have a 50-year easement. Without the 50-year easement, then we're not going to get the easements, and therefore, unless you have 100% of easements, you can't. It becomes ineligible for federal funding. So that's a key piece to it, and then there's a funding cycle piece. Again, we're working with our federal delegation to try and get movement on that, but thus far we have not seen movement on that, and that's coming out of the Jacksonville office.
So are we not seeing movement because it is what our elected officials also believe in, or is it that this one organization is the tail wagging the dog kind of thing? What are we feeling?
I'll let Commissioner Peters. I mean, she's taken the lead on this. We've been at the White House. We've been everywhere, knocking on every door, and we just can't. I mean, everybody says, yeah, we need to change and go back to the way it used to be, but thus far, nothing has changed.
So our elected officials agree with us, just so that's off the table. Senator Scott, he wouldn't sign that easement. Congresswoman Luna, she agrees with us. Senator Rubio, when he was there, agreed with us. And we've not, Senator Moody, her staff is aware of this, and her staff used to work for Senator Rubio, so I'm certain that she agrees with us. So it's not that our electeds don't agree with us. We did get word that in the word of language, the areas that had destruction can utilize their previous parameters for this emergency one-time fix. What we don't know is, what does that mean? Does that mean previous 2 years ago what their rules were, or previous the last time we put nourishment in 2012 what the rules were? So what we're waiting for is clarity on what the definition, and getting definitions from Army Corps is difficult. We've gotten no movement as of yet since the administration turned over, because up until last week there was not a decision maker appointed to Army Corps. So currently there is an assistant secretary who has signing authority and decision-making authority. So he signed that part of the language that says we can use previous rules. So we're waiting on is, what are those previous rules? That's Kelly's working every day to find out what the previous rules are. So are we going to have success? I don't know. I have sent a letter to, because the process is so bureaucratic, unfortunately, because it's government, right? So we went to the White House and we talked to the White House staff. Well, the governor's legislative team went to talk to the White House, and they talked about Everglades. And when the staff said, well, I understand you have problems with beach access permits, and they said, oh, yeah, but it wasn't on the governor's priority list. So that staff person actually called Kelly and said, you know, if it's not on the governor's priority list, you know, we need the governor to say that this is important too. So Senator DeSigli has requested the governor. I sent him the letter I sent to the president, And I asked him if he could talk to the governor and have the governor send that same letter, which is what we had to do for getting rid of the bureaucratic red tape after the storms. The process is the request has to come from the governor. That was the process when we wanted to remove the red tape after the storms. And so evidently this is the process we're going to have to do to get the governor to tell the White House and the president that this is what we want. So we're doing everything we can. Now, Commissioner Shearer called Army Corps and talked to one of the people that we met with, and she's very helpful. You know, he got a lot of questions from her, not the decision maker, but one of the staffers answered a lot of questions for him. And although I thought that was innovative for the commissioner to do, my fear is if every one of us start calling these people, we're going to cause a problem, because we've had something happen in the past where commissioners and other people went to the White House and made all these claims and were very public in the media. And then I believe that when we lost that dredging of the Grand Canal, and we lost, you know, and that ability to make that a permanent process, was, I felt, because they got angry that too many people, that somebody went up and said, we're going to tell Army Corps how to do their job, and they went to the press. And so I think what we have to do in the future is be very careful about how many people are going to be calling there, because although I don't think any harm might be done, but I think we have to have, when our government affairs person comes, that's the person, and Matt's been doing it. Kelly has a great relationship with Jacksonville. Jacksonville has been very understanding. They have rated us as red line. We can't get any worse. We're as bad as you can be. And so they've been working to help us, and they have sent recommendations to Washington saying that we need to get our nourishment and get this dealt with.
It's so odd.
So it's just bureaucratic nonsense that is holding it up. And we just haven't been, we haven't been successful in breaking through the bureaucratic nonsense.
They
Up in
keep
Washington.
referring back, though, to the word of language, and that's where the easement issue is. An absent movement on that interpretation.
But in the word of language, there's talk about the emergency fund.
Yeah,
So
there-
it's
there
that
is-
emergency work
yes.
it's not going to give us long-term, but it should give us short-term. It should give us, and that's what we've been asking for the whole time. It's just, let us get our beaches whole so that we can protect our people, our businesses, and our infrastructure. And we'll continue to work with Congress on the word of language to change that 50-year, or to get a definition of what access and use means.
Bingo.
So all we're looking for this whole time has been just let us get our beaches whole, let us use the FCC emergency money, let us get everything, and we will continue, because we would have another 5-6 years before we'd nourish again, to get that word of language changed. So we aren't asking for anything about the word or the easement. We're just asking for a waiver of the rules. Let us do it like we did the last time we nourished in 2012. And let us go forward, and we'll continue to work with Congress. And so at this point, everything we're supposed to do, we're doing. And, you know, we're going to be, Kelly sent us what we're going to be voting on, and we have some decisions to make without having all the information on what could happen.
So you've got a decision to make here coming up at the next commission meeting.
Yeah.
We've bid it, okay, we've permitted it, and it's ready to go.
And
you know,
Commissioner Scheer, the Army Corps said they had no idea we had permits. Now, that's DC Army Corps. Jacksonville certainly knows where we are. So there's just a disconnect, and now that we have a decision maker in Army Corps, until they appoint the acting secretary, you know, that could change again too, right? And so we just need to get moving forward and get our beaches.
Who appoints that decision maker?
President, and then the Senate has to approve it.
when we met with the Corps of Engineers, when Commissioner Peters and Shear and I sat there, you had the professional person, all like 3 or 4 or 5 levels up are political appointees, none of which were in place. There's nobody there. So she couldn't make a decision independently until she had a political appointee. And so we've been facing this for months now. And so we've got to decide whether we move forward and live to fight a different day, do it on our own, and then come back and try to fix this process, or wait. And that's the hard part, because we've been waiting forever, and if we don't start putting sand on the beach, we're not going to have it there by the fall.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we can't wait.
And
So, you
Harry
know,
is doing a great job.
So
Harry is
we're
doing a
putting
great
it
job.
before you to say, let's go.
Yeah.
I mean, we want, I mean, from a staff standpoint, we want to go.
Yeah.
Not, and, you know, scared to death because that's a lot of money, but I think we're going to be sitting here in October still waiting on an answer.
Yeah.
That's my
We got to
concern.
do it.
So Congresswoman Luna, just so you know how on top of it, her chief of staff called me as soon as that was signed by that assistant secretary and told us that it's signed, and he said next week he'll have a copy of the language and he'll send it to us. Again, Kelly doesn't understand the definition, but I mean, they're on it. Senator Scott in a public hearing was talking about Pinellas County and the problems with the sand on the beaches. So they are very aware and they are working really hard. I mean, we owe a debt of gratitude to the work that they're doing. And Harry has been outstanding, but I do think we have to be careful on how many people are making those phone calls and make sure that we're all saying the same thing, just so that we don't get tripped up and get somebody mad at us, because that's happened to us before. So we just gotta, I think, leave it to Harry, leave it to Kelly, you know, and when Matt's replacement comes, and, you know, I appreciate that you're allowing me to do this, and, you know, and I follow up with Luna's staff. I had followed up with him, so he called me right away, because I would check anything, we check in anything. Rick Scott went, last time he called me, we're working on it, you know, so just so,
I do think you're right about the one person versus seven
So,
of us.
really quickly,
so-
I just want to set the record straight.
Yeah.
Okay? I did not call Deputy Secretary
no,
Brown.
he didn't. I didn't say
She
you
called
did.
me. She called me. When I met with her, she gave me her card. She said, if you have any questions, let me know. I sent her an email. I asked her if they had their policy advisor from the White House. I asked her another question in the email. She said, hey, why don't I call you at 5 o'clock this afternoon, and I'll give you an update on where we are on everything, or everything that I know. And she did. She spent like 35, 40 minutes on the phone with me, and she actually called me, and I was like, well, I'm not going to tell her no.
No.
So I wasn't trying to step on any toes, and I wasn't trying to interfere. But I did want to know if they had a policy advisor at least, because that would have aided my decision on whether or not, how to vote on Kelly's proposals that we received. If there's no policy advisors, I knew she would not be able to make a decision. That's why I asked her. They have a policy advisor. Apparently, he has bought off on the idea that we do not need to have those easements, and that they were going to allow us to proceed as we always have in the past. I asked her if she could put her update in a memo form and send it back to me so I could share it with you. I haven't received it yet. That's why I didn't bother to bring it up or talk to anybody about it. If I do receive an email from her, I will share it with everybody immediately. I believe that she was waiting to talk to the Jacksonville office to ascertain where they are on it. Also, she said, I didn't know you had the permits. And I said, yes, I do. So I sent an email to Kelly and requested a copy of the permits so that if I received an email from her and she requested the permits, that I could share them with her. So that's how all that played out. I wasn't trying to gum up any of the works, but.
No, and we never talked about this. We
Well, I
never
did-
talked
I did
about
not,
that.
'cause we don't talk.
Yeah, we've never talked, well, I'm just saying as a group, we haven't talked about it, even as a
Right.
group.
We don't get to talk. so.
Right, and so yeah, we haven't as a group, and that's why I was impressed that she called, and you got the information, and I thought, well, damn, I probably should have called her, but after I talked to Congresswoman Luna's staff, but, you know, after we were talking the other day, I was like, but things could happen, and I mentioned that to
Things
you the other
could.
day, things could happen, and we've seen it happen before. And so I just thought it was worth the conversation to bring that up, just so that we stay focused and we don't, because you weren't here when that happened. You weren't
No,
here.
And so I did reach out to Kelly, but and then
Actually,
the
I don't
first
even
time
think you
saw
were
her
here back
was
then.
When she walked in the door.
I think
so.
it's great, so I'm not even bringing
Yeah.
it up for critique. I'm just saying, 7 of us is not the right number.
No.
1, maybe 2, I don't care, but, you know, we keep it funneled and we keep it tight.
Yeah,
and-
but we can't
yeah.
communicate, so you
No, I
can't really
understand.
have
I get it.
two of us.
But they can talk, you can talk. to
Yeah,
me.
Absent
so-
that, you know.
So that's how that will happen. Barry,
Yeah, I
just
mean,
so you know.
absent this separate conversation,
It's been
Commissioner
really-
Peters,
yeah.
on your behalf, as you guys directed,
has been the lead on that with staff. You can see on page 2 of the capital, we do have in an $86 million transfer. That, along with the beach nourishment capital funds that we have reserved for beach nourishment, will constitute the makeup of, to be able to fully fund the beach nourishment, doing it on our own. So if we can get the federal funding, great, but as Commissioner Scott just said, you know, we're out of time, we got to make a decision.
We're out of time.
You know, we thought we'd have a decision by now, but there's a few things going on in Washington.
We can't go through another hurricane season.
Yeah.
Not be protected, right?
We can't, you
No,
know,
we can't.
and so, you know, we go it on our own, and it still keeps us eligible for future funding, and we come back to continue this fight. Obviously, spending $125 million every 6 years is untenable, and so we do need to take this fight, including getting money out of Tallahassee, which so far is not, there's no funding in there, and so, you know, between the two, we live to fight a different day.
Yeah, it's bureaucracy at its absolute worst. But, and I didn't mean to say anything wrong. We never talked about that.
Right.
And I didn't mention who were the ones that went out and did press conferences and stuff, but we got punished because of it. I believe that's why we got punished. And so we just have to be careful that we're not tripping over each other.
Well, then I'll talk to you about it here again tomorrow if I hear anything. So
Great, thank you.
I don't want to, when she said she wanted to call me, I was like, yeah, I definitely want to get this phone call.
Good.
So.
And I love that you inquire so much, so I think it's great.
I got lots of questions.
You're safe from me. I don't even know where to begin, so.
Do we have any other questions of Brian? Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On going back to the youth sports park, is there a deadline to spend the state funds that we received?
Yeah, the 15 million.
Yes.
When is it?
It's in an agreement that we're getting ready to bring you.
So there's a couple of steps in that grant process. One of them is we have some approvals that we need to bring to the board. After that, there's going to be, forgive me, off the top of my head, I believe it's 3 years to spend that 15 once we start the clock going.
Oh, okay. 'Cause it's
So
been,
it has.
we got it passed.
We've been working with the state, and the state has not been in that much of a hurry with us at the moment, which is good for us. But they will get in a hurry once we sign the
But
documents.
to your point, Commissioner, if we got to make a decision this year, are we going forward or not, or we will lose those funds?
Okay. My other question, Brian, the improvements that y'all are doing in Clearwater for the softball complexes, will that allow y'all to have even more nationally watched and attended events there?
That's certainly the plan. I mean, right now, again, one of the main points of that is they have a tremendous facility, but only a third of the fields were built and have the ability to have live broadcasts specifically for ESPN, that sort of thing. You can stream in the other fields, but they just weren't wired and they weren't up to the standard to be on TV. And so now you'll have 9 fields, I believe, that will be able to. So yeah, the hope is that we can go attract even more premier events like that one.
So all 9 of those fields would be able to be on ESPN?
I believe so. Don't quote me to it, but I know additional fields. Right now, it's only 3. I believe fields 4 through 9 will be wired up and be in
Wonderful.
shape too.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, thoughts? Commissioner Wiki?
Yeah, I mean, the convention center, to Commissioner Egger's point, is huge. So, I mean, there's huge demand everywhere up and down the county. I mean, you can't get more of a demand for a convention center than right here in Pinellas County. I mean, I think only 1% of surveyed visitors said they come for convention business, so it has the most upside in growing. You know, compared to, you know, beaches and other aspects that are already topped out, it would be much harder to grow some of those top tier categories of why people already come here. But yet, if to increase from 1% to 30% will be a lot cheaper than trying to get more folks to come for our beaches. So I think it's definitely something missing. I support the county or the TDC, being the tip of the spear in doing a study and giving it to the city, proactively. I mean, it seems like we, spend a lot of money on a lot of studies. And so if this one doesn't have to come from taxpayers, it can be funded through tourists. I mean, I don't know why we wouldn't be proactive in doing that. And so, I mean, I fully support that. Seems like Commissioner Eggers supports a study on it too. So, maybe that can be included. And so that's just kind of my thoughts.
All right, anything else? All right, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Dr. Johnson. How are you?
So Dr. Johnson and Greg Concannon are coming to the table here, and I understand Dr. Johnson is a little under the weather and does not have a voice today. So,
Oh, I'm sorry.
But still here. And with us is Catherine Bleakley back. She is the budget analyst for economic development. She's going to be presenting the first half, and then we will manage the second half with Dr. Johnson as she is. So,
That's what
Catherine,
you get for going out of town.
Hey. So, Catherine, the
that
floor is
happened to
yours.
me the last time I went out of town, the one before.
Oh, that's good.
They're all coaxing you to speak, so leave her alone.
Thank you, Chair Scott and Commissioners, for your time today. Beginning on page 1, the department's purpose, which discusses the objectives and initiatives. Progressing down page 1, the fund overview is indicated below. The FY26 budget is $14.7 million. The Economic Development Department consists of 2 funds. The General Fund, whose FY26 budget is $3.7 million. Beginning on page 2, the Star Center Fund, whose FY26 budget is $10.9 million. The department's total FTE count is 35, with 22 in the General Fund and 13 in the Star Center Fund. Continuing down page 2, within the cost-saving measures, specifically in the General Fund, the department's reduction for FY26 is approximately $22,500. That is in areas such as software licensing, subscription and memberships, and the PC replacement plan, which provided for a net zero impact to the budget. In FY25 and FY24, department reductions included areas such as funding agreements, sponsorships, consultant costs, and incentive payments. The FY25 budget reductions were just over $73,000, and in FY24, they were just about $28,000. Beginning on page 3, within the Star Center Fund, the department reduction of $1.6 million.
1 second, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Could somebody scroll? Yeah, somebody's not scrolling. Never.
Yes. We're close, but not quite. All right. Within the Star Center Fund, the department's reduction of $1.6 million is within the CIP budget. And that provided for a net zero impact to their budget and will be discussed farther in the CIP section. Continuing down page 3 for budget drivers, the general fund increases $250,000. That increase is a one-time expenditure, and that is specific to a decision package, which we will be discussing here shortly. The Star Center decreases $616,000, and that is primarily due to the reduction in capital outlay. There were a couple of projects that had concluded, but most notably was the $350,000 triennial electrical shutdown, which happens within the operating budget. So that was a big impact to reducing their overall budget. Specifically for the Star Center, reserves decrease about $522,000, and that is specifically to support key account lines that needed adjustments. It was also to maintain a net zero impact to the budget. For revenues, overall, the department revenues decrease about $90,000, and that is due to interest fluctuations, which we anticipate seeing and anticipate those changes throughout the budget cycle. Personnel services increase approximately $103,000, and that is due to career path and ladders, position reclassifications, and the FRS. At the bottom of page 3, operating expenses decrease about $31,000. The general fund increases because of the one-time expenditure we'll be discussing as the decision package. The Star Center operating expenses decrease $281,000, and that is primarily due to a removal of a grease permit and also that triennial shutdown that we were discussing earlier. Beginning on page 4, capital outlay decreases, and that also speaks to the Star Center and the reductions in those areas we spoke about previously. The decision package, so the department has one decision package that is preliminarily recommended by the county administrator. It is the comprehensive economic development strategy plan, and it serves as a local strategy plan that will identify the county's key needs and priorities and develop goals and strategies to foster business growth and increase workforce opportunities. The department does not have any proposed changes to user fees at this time. And I will progress down to the middle of page 4 and turn it over to James Lewis for the Star Center CIP section.
So Commissioners, James is our capital analyst for enterprise. We had this discussion yesterday, so he's going to take over and go from this point. I neglected to introduce him earlier.
Thank you, Catherine. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm James Lewis, a Budget and Financial Management Analyst from OMB. So this will be the first CIP report. After this presentation, you're going to get a presentation from Drew about the governmental side of the CIP and the penny for Pinellas. But a brief prelude. Every year we bring you the annual operating and capital budget, and we also bring you a 6-year capital improvements plan. The first year of that capital improvement plan is appropriated as part of the annual operating and capital budget. The rest of the capital improvement plan, the next 5 years, is exactly that. It's a plan. So essentially, we cannot spend what's planned next year, this year, but because capital investments can be large and they can be variable, forecasting out those 6 years allows us to make some estimates about what our expenditures will be, what our required revenues to make those investments need to be, and to kind of make plans today to support that tomorrow.
Barry, it seemed like, again, the years just kind of blend a little bit, but we had the discussion at one point about the Star Center and about potentially putting it on the market to sell.
Well,
and we had issues, obviously, with the property itself and the interest level from potential investors or buyers. So just kind of curious how that, and that was a few years ago, so, how things have changed and that whole
we brought
thought
to you
process.
earlier this year, late last year, the idea of a P3.
Yeah.
Okay, and P3's privatization, decoupling the infrastructure and rebuilding the site, utilizing private sector investment. We're in the middle of that process, and maybe you can just speak to that quickly and talk about where we're at in the P3.
We have a master plan we're working on.
It's a master plan, but P3 basically shifts the risk to the private sector. They make the investment, we recoup the benefits because we control the type of industry that goes, and that goes back to the comprehensive economic development strategy and targeting what we're doing, what we're attracting, family supporting jobs that are aligned with our workforce, and then they're making that investment, so we're using it to leverage that, but not trying to get ourselves out of the real estate business and having the private sector manage it.
So we've been working with JLL since January this year. They've completed a financial and market analysis for the Star Center for redevelopment, and the plan is to move forward with a redevelopment public-private partnership where we bring in one master developer to redevelop the 69 acres of the site that's not currently under ground lease. Right now we are at the point of the RFP. We're completing the documentation for the solicitation, and we hope to have that out on the market later this year.
So that redevelopment plan has heavily influenced the capital improvement plan for the Star Center this year. The FY26 through FY31 capital improvement plan, excluding reserves, is requested to decrease $7.3 million to $5.3 million. So the department, Greg, has taken a different approach this year. Instead of pursuing full renewals and replacements of a lot of the assets, we are looking to essentially maintain those assets and do some smaller upgrades where possible. The redevelopment plan is very early, so we don't have a definitive timeline now for how long we will be utilizing these facilities. But in our discussions through the development process, we kind of talked about 10 years. And if we are using those facilities for another 10 years, this is a very appropriate approach to the capital investments. So for reductions to the capital improvement plan, we can expect some increased repair and maintenance cost. If you're not replacing an HVAC unit, you may have to repair it a little more frequently. But if we look over the next 6 years, if those costs are less than an additional $100,000 a month, and we're breaking even. And we also have to quantify and consider the indirect or intangible cost of the condition of the building and how that affects the tenants who are there. But we think that this is a wise move for where we are today. All right. The Star Center will remain balanced through FY26 and will remain balanced through FY29. Additional revenue or decreased operating expenses would be needed as we get out towards FY30 in order to keep the fund balanced. These forecasts, we do these based on several assumptions. We're assuming a revenue level right now that's based on a 2% annual increase in rents. The department is going to have an opportunity to begin talking with Raytheon, their largest tenant, and renegotiate their lease agreements for 2028. So that could have a difference on the fund's health over the next 6 years. We also make assumptions about interest on investments, and we know that those can be variable depending on what the Federal Reserve does, what the market does, and the same for other expenses that we tie to CPI. Those things can change. So every forecast we do is essentially outdated as soon as we finish it. But that's the best information we have for right now for the health of that fund. So for FY26, the first year of the plan that's adopted for appropriation, the capital investment plan will decrease $437,000. That is an actual decrease compared to the average expenditures over the last 6 years, which have been about $1.2 million. In fact, in FY24, their capital expenditures were $2.2 million. So we are planning a real reduction from what has been spent in the past, not just from what has been planned and budgeted previously. The department does have one CIP decision package. So on the capital side, these decision packages are for projects that are increasing or decreasing by $250,000 and 15%. We use both criteria to make sure we're focusing on those significant changes. This year, the decision package is for the Star Center switchgear replacement project, and that is a decreased funding request. They're decreasing that funding total project cost by $5.5 million. So that's really a project that's really driving the decrease to the capital plan this year. They're going to take the approach of upgrading some of the breakers rather than replacing the entire switchgear, getting a longer useful life out of that asset instead of replacing it. The Star Center does not have a request for any new projects this year, and so that will conclude the capital improvement report, and I'll pass it back to Catherine. Thank you.
Excellent. Dr. Johnson has given me the opportunity to present some of their accomplishments for FY25. Obviously, they have several, but to highlight a few, the Economic Development Department received the 2024 Excellence in Economic Development Gold Award from the International Economic Development Council. The award was bestowed specifically for the department's work in real estate redevelopment and reuse category for the Employment Sites Program. The Employment Sites Program, for anyone who is not familiar, is the redevelopment program to replace and improve industrial space and modernizing existing space, which leads to another accomplishment in which they have had 26 approved projects with about $251.4 million in total project costs. The ESP contributions of $36.9 million for the development or redevelopment of 1.6 million square feet of offices, industrial space. 6 of the 10 completed projects have been reassessed and have increased their taxable values in excess of $52.4 million. The department has launched the One Pinellas Business Alliance, which brings CEOs together to collaborate on economic development, talent development, and recommendations for actionable steps for workforce development and housing. Again, those are just a few of their several accomplishments, but I will also pass it over to Greg to share any for the Star Center specifically.
As far as retention for the tenants, we had one tenant that we lost last year because they lost a project that they were working with our anchor tenant, no longer needed to stay on site. But we did have one new tenant move in, and we have 3 tenants expanding within the site that should take us hopefully to about 90%.
Excellent. For the work plan, continued implementation of the Employment Sites Program, which is at 50% completion and addresses the strategic plan priority of prosperity and opportunity, and strategic plan goal of fostering business growth. Develop a master plan for the Star Center redevelopment, which is at 55% completion and addresses strategic plan priority of prosperity and opportunity, which Greg spoke to earlier. And monitoring ARC Innovation Center, which is at 50% completion and addresses strategic plan priority, prosperity, and opportunity. The strategic plan goal is strengthening resilience and adaptation. Want me to speak to your performance measures? Would you like to go into performance measures? Okay. Sorry. Performance measures are indicated on the screen. If there are any specific questions, we can certainly address those.
So I'm so sorry you lost your voice, but you shouldn't have went out of town. I love what we're doing here. The expansion, was that Raytheon that did the expansion for one of their? I had a chance to go on a tour. I enjoyed myself. I mean, I was there for a whole day because I guess I'm a behind-the-scenes science nerd, but was in communication with the team afterwards. We kind of did a roll-up, if you will, and they talked about some potential innovative contracts that they were going to be getting from the federal government and others, so I wasn't sure if it was them that was that expanded.
They are one of the team's tenants expanding. There's Epsilon is taking in some new office area, and Rebel Systems is just signed on with a new expansion for additional year and additional space.
Okay. And Barry, I think you may have mentioned this. I know I had maybe like a 3-minute conversation with Dr. Johnson, but I would love for us to get an update on the Innovation Center and what's going on over there, or what's not going on over there. So I know that's not for today, but I just wanted to bring it up because I did briefly mention it to Dr. Johnson, and I think you may have hinted on something about us looking at them. I'm just a little disappointed in the...
There's been several things hopping out there. We can certainly update you, you know, even...
And that's based on however y'all put the calendar, you know, together, but...
And we
How you doing now?
We do have a plan working with the new leadership at the ARC Innovation Center. Their board has taken leadership of operations. And we are working with them to develop a strategy to attract more people in the building. And it's going very well.
Because I know that was one of the concerns I had and one of the things I talked about early on, even when it came down to how they would communicate to the public, because there were, my concern was the cost, you know, when you're talking about shared space and the community in which it was located. So when you get better, when your voice works out, you can give me an update on that part. And then, of course, whenever you communicate with Brian, y'all put it on the agenda, whatever you want to do.
I'll put it on my one-on-one updates for the next time, and so I can kind of give you more
Thank you.
detail at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that reminder. Like there should be a sign here that says, you know, does say Mike, it's red, I get it. Just a, yeah, thank you. Well, maybe that's, oh, there it is. Please talk into the mic. There we go. Maybe we could just get an update on the dynamics and the energy that's coming from One Pinellas Business Alliance, because that was something we changed to a couple of years ago. I'm wondering how that's going and the level of value as it relates to housing, talent search, talent development. Mike, please.
Well, your mic's not working. Let me.
Go ahead.
I'll just. I can give you a quick update. I mean, the One Pinellas Business Alliance is working extremely well. We're getting direct input from our businesses on what they see, and when I say that, in a lot of ways, we're doing a facilitation role between the workforce. So, for instance, Career Source is there, you know, and so our businesses are talking about the types of trainings and things that they need. Over in economic development, you've got the sale of the Science Center funds to where we're able to launch targeted type training goals. And again, we sat down in a round table with all the business owners, and they told us what those needs are. What are the things and the types of programs that would be value add that they can recruit directly from to enhance their goals? And so that the alignment and getting that group real-time information from industry, along with all of our education partners that do the training, including the schools, the colleges, and the Career Source, has been extremely valuable. So they're making a lot of goals, but there's other conversations. They talk about affordable housing and those types of things. And so we just get an opportunity to update them on the types of programs and things that are out there, but then also get their feedback, you know. And again, you've got businesses that are in downtown St. Pete and businesses that are up in North County. And so you get different perspectives based upon the types of industry and the types of, and the location of where they're at.
I mean, I certainly, if I was a business owner like that you're talking to, I'd be doing a lot on my own to make sure that I've got the talent that I need. So coming to a group like this, they must see, opportunities to communicate with our universities, technical colleges, to make sure that the talent's being developed that they need in the next, 1 to 3 years? Are they talking?
That's exactly what you're seeing, the types of training that, you know, our schools and our colleges and our technical programs need to have that voice telling them we need to shift, and, you know, whatever type of area it is, we need to shift, and here's what we're seeing, whether they're getting the talent, whether we need training programs to supplement that. So they're getting real-time information. A lot of their role is to facilitate that, because you got a lot of community partners that are part of that ecosystem. So some it's direct by them, and some is in a facilitation role to make connections. That's the same thing. You got a presentation when Cynthia gave her last update with the St. Pete Chamber and their efforts. And so we had a presentation on that because it was a targeted effort very specifically to meet industry needs. Yeah. And so there's a lot going on in the area, and it's been pretty effective.
You know, we don't get a chance to see it. We took the commissioners out of the thing so we could keep it out of the sunshine. But it you know, just on a very small level, going down to the Lehman Center and doing the AmSkills graduation, so that what they go through for a period of time to try to, you know, it's folks that may be underemployed. They've got new opportunities to get some basic skill sets, and then get interviewed by some of these big companies that they're going to take them and train them further. So to me, it was just a really small group of people that they keep having more and more boot camps. But to me, that was where kind of the rubber meets the road. You get some basic skill sets, they take them and train them up further, and you could see it happening to people. And I'm wondering how much of that's going on, that real development of talent. Are we doing it, and are we getting that return for our businesses? So again,
so all of that, you know, and that's, so we got that type of direct feedback, and Cynthia and them actually designing the program for the use of the Science Center funding. That way it's targeted specifically to types of things. And so some of the feedback we got is they need to have skin in the game. So it's not just a free training program that let the industries put money in, we put money in because it's a value add to them, but we keep that cost down. and things like that. So there was a lot of different inputs. I don't know what she's coming out in terms of when they designed the program, but that's what I heard firsthand. Jason up in Oldsmar, there's a great company that's local. He talked very specifically about the types of things and skill sets where he's seeing gaps. And so that's valuable input because it allows us to take that, use it, design our programs around it, or make linkages for them to be able to fill that pipeline.
And I would just add to that we are being very intentional about putting that workforce piece together, Commissioner. And through the Alliance, they're our lens by which we feed a lot of these ideas through and receive a lot of input on. And there has been some very tangible outcomes, whether it's training at Jable or it's training at Jason's place in Oldsmar. So we are using that platform to be the roundtable to get the insight and then use the partners to make things happen.
Yeah, and I think those are just incredible programs, incredible opportunities to get people's, again, at the end of the day, we're trying to get higher and more paying jobs so that we can get people the housing. They just by natural economic forces, they are able to get housing and then, help our businesses. So it all works together. I appreciate the work, and just to comment on, anytime you guys have these trips out to businesses that we get a chance to go on, they're just fabulous. There's such a neat story to each one of them, and how they've built their business right here in our county, and how they're taking it to the next level. But to be able to sit in the room with you all, the professionals that kind of bridge our ability to be there, has just been incredible. So more of that's good.
Well, if I could just take a moment on that, that's our ambassador visits. We have put together a program internally where we offer up a minimum of 15 visits a month between the whole team, and we always invite a commissioner to come. So we have 15 opportunities a month for you guys to go with us.
Okay,
so thank you.
She's trying.
Yeah, she's really trying. I know.
I think you just should give up, call it a day.
Yeah. No more questions. I'm done.
Yeah.
What I would say is when I get an invitation from your office to go to one of those, I love it. Yep. And I really enjoy them. I really, really, really enjoy and learning everything that it's just so cool to, the Raytheon one I've done twice, and it's just so cool to see what's being done here. And the chip maker. The chip maker, they're making chips in Pinellas County, and we're talking micro that goes, they're doing some incredible, a lot of stuff we couldn't go in to see because it was security, confidential stuff, but damn, it was a cool tour. It was an amazing business and organization right here in Pinellas County, and these tiny, tiny little microchips that go on rockets and stuff like that, just incredible. Yeah, I mean, it's just wow. So I love it when I get an invitation. You guys just keep sending invitations, and I'll be there.
Keep protecting that industrial land.
Amen. Right.
And the support we gave for that SCIV to be here too also really went a long way for individuals to be able to apply for those potential government contracts and see them through. So that was really good.
Well, I won't make you talk. Just want to say that the trip to London was great, and I'll tell my colleagues about that later. But everything
That's why she's sick.
That Commissioner Peters said is when I get an invite from your office, I'm like, yeah, I'm there, because it's just always so great to see all of the things that are happening in our county that we otherwise might not know about if it wasn't for you and your department. So thank you for everything you do. All right, I guess that's it. Thanks. All right, well, now we're going to move on to Government Capital Improvement Program. That sounds exciting.
It is exciting.
I mean, exciting. This thing is a book, honey, like an exam.
So Andrew Brown, manager of the capital budget, will be coming next to me here at the table. He is supported by 3 capital budget analysts. Kristen Pittman, who's behind me, and by the way, wish her a happy birthday, please. Today is Kristen's birthday.
Happy birthday
there we go.
to you.
James,
happy
who you...
birthday to you.
No. James, who you just met and just heard from, and Gabriela Gonzalez as well.
Money off my song.
All right, so we have a PowerPoint presentation, and Drew will take you through it. And as Commissioner Flowers noted, there are a lot of pages back behind that PowerPoint presentation. You might want to read those more like a dictionary than a novel. They are for looking things up, and there's a lot of good information back there. And so if Drew needs us to, we can pull up specific pages, but generally he's going to just take you through the PowerPoint. So Drew, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chris. My name is Andrew Brown. I'm your capital budget manager, as Chris said. And yes, we will refer to the documents in your backup, but we actually have a presentation for you today. Before we get started, I want to thank my team for all the work they've done. I want to thank our partners in the departments for all the work they've done. A lot of work's gone into this. We do have 2 staff members here today to answer any questions you might have about project specifics. Mona Gabriel, who leads your capital improvement division in Public Works, and then we also have Tim Llewellyn with our CPM group, which is your vertical construction. So if you have project-specific questions, we can answer those. Today, we're specifically going to discuss the capital improvement program, but specifically the governmental projects. So what are those? Those are projects found within the Capital Projects Fund. They're non-enterprise, so it excludes your airport, your utilities, and your solid waste, which will be presented at your departmental budget information sessions for those departments. They're predominantly penny-funded projects, although there are alternative funding sources like grants. You also have tourist development tax, which funds your beach nourishment projects, and local option fuel tax, specifically the 9 cent, that funds your ATMS projects. The CIP is a 6-year plan. It is updated annually. First year, so this year it'll be FY26, must be balanced per state statute. The outer years are just that, a financial plan, a production plan. We're specifically going to focus heavily on the penny projects. Just some background on the penny. The penny for Pinellas is a 1% local government infrastructure sales surtax. It's been in effect since 1990. Most recently, it was voted on by the citizens in 2017 with 83% of the vote voting to approve to renew it for a 4th term. That is why you'll commonly hear it referred to as your 4th penny, penny 4. And it was renewed for a period January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2029. Part of that 4th penny, per interlocal agreements with the various municipalities, there are countywide investments. That's off the top revenues that are taken before the county or cities get their distributions. So at 11.3%, you can see the breakdown on the screen, 8.3% going to economic development capital projects and housing, split evenly between those 2 categories, and then 3% for jail and courts. Once that revenue is taken off the top and set aside, then the county and cities get their distributions, and you can see the breakdown on the screen.
Question real quick on the economic development side of that 8.3%. I know we're somewhere around 80% spending on the residential piece. How are we doing on the sites program or the economic development site? Do we have a sense of that?
Yeah, so the economic development program has spent $8.2 million. It's obligated $35.6 million with a balance remaining of $44 million. So it's about halfway through.
Okay.
And then on the housing side, $23 million spent, $57 million planned with $16 million remaining in balance. Okay. If our estimates hold up, that is.
Yes, more or less. You're right there, the information. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Here we go. In 2017, we went to referendum for a renewal of the penny 4. Part of that education campaign in 2017, a document with Abe on top was distributed amongst the municipalities and the citizens. You have it in your backup. We kind of consider that our report card. It's called the 2017 list for short. In that document, there were generic penny programs like road, bridges, and trails, but there was also specific projects called out on that. And we are going to give you an update for those projects. So we'll visit that slide in a little bit. Just some more history. This is the penny through the decade. So again, 4 pennies. You have penny 1, 2, 3, and 4. On the left, you have the expenditure category. You can see penny 1 can kind of be described as a transportation penny, with the majority of the expenditures going to transportation. It includes large projects like improvements to CR1, improvements to East Lake Road and McMullen Booth Road. The Bayside Bridge was a major project in penny 1. Fast forward to penny 2, you're still spending a lot in transportation, but you can kind of describe it as a culture and parks penny, because there's an outsized portion of the expenditures going to culture and parks. Some of the major projects under that penny were environmental lands acquisitions, Wall Springs improvements, Fort DeSoto improvements, Brooker Creek Preserve Education Center. Fast forward to penny 3, you can see a large amount going to general government and public safety. Some of those projects include your public safety campus, jail campus infrastructure upgrades, CJC improvements began under that penny. And then finally, fast forward to today, penny 4, you can see we're back to kind of describing it as a transportation penny, with the majority of the expenditures going to transportation.
Quick question, which one of these categories would affordable housing fall into?
It's actually excluded from that.
Oh, it's excluded?
Yeah,
Those
this
come
is
off the
county
top.
penny.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the piece that goes before we do the distribution.
Okay. Thanks.
Next, I just want to inform you that we have updated our penny revenues for the 10 years. This is a slide we present every year. July 2017, when we did that education campaign, we estimated $914 million for the county's distribution. So right there. Fast forward to June 2021, COVID hits. We're projecting 4% less for the decade as compared to 2017. Fast forward a couple more years, you can see 2024 and 2025 relatively unchanged, and we're anticipating that we'll be 19% better as compared to July 2017. Slight increase year over year at 0.3%, but relatively unchanged. So we have recovered from the COVID dip, and those are your current decade estimates for county penny. I apologize, I'm fighting a cold. So this is just a quick overview of the CIP process. On the left hand of the screen, you have the CIP budget timeline. December through February, departments and OMB work together to draft a CIP submission. It is submitted at the end of February. March, we go through our analysis and refinement. April, we compile that CIP submission. We take it to the various committees for review, technical level, director level, county administrator level. It goes through a bunch of refinement, and eventually we end up here in June at the budget information sessions to present it to you, the board, to get your direction and your feedback and your buy-in. The county administrator will bring it back to you as part of the proposed in July. And then finally in September, if you so choose, at the second public hearing, you can choose to adopt that 6-year plan, that CIP. October begins your new fiscal year. At the bottom of the screen, you'll see portfolio project management. This is how we prioritize projects. Okay. It starts with a needs database, okay, within the departments. That needs database is driven by master plans. Your operation drives that needs database, right? So if you continue to go out to the same roadway and have an operation and maintenance issues, that'll drive a capital project. Your asset management software drives your capital needs. Community input, staff input drives your CIP needs. Then the request that needs database is prioritized within those programs, within the departments, and eventually they submit it to the Office of Management and Budget, which kicks off our portfolio project management prioritization effort. And so we move to a countywide prioritization effort where they have to fill out this big all-encompassing form and answer a bunch of criteria questions and questions related to the project and its impact on the community, all of which results in a score that's included in some of your backups, specifically the new project request form document. So you'll see a score, and that's that countywide prioritization effort. The board then can choose to allocate resources to specific projects, and a CIP plan is adopted. The Capital Projects Fund, just want to report, we have updated the revenues. We have updated our revenue projections. We've updated our expenditures for all existing projects. It does include additional funding requested for those existing projects. It also includes the changes to projects that have decreased or maybe even are canceled, all of which is in your backup. It does include new project requests that we are proposing to you today, and I do have slides dedicated to those 2 bullet points to review with you. And I'm happy to report that the fund is balanced through FY31. If we look at it on a programmatic level, though, your 2 set-aside countywide investments are balanced. Your coastal management projects within their programmatic revenues are balanced, and ATMS is also balanced for the decade. County Penny is slightly unbalanced, and I'll get to that in a later slide. What's included in your capital projects fund forecast is additional funding requests, which moving forward we're going to refer to as decision packages, just to make the language more uniform. These are the different categories that those increases and decreases, when aggregated together, fall under. And so you can see there's even some reductions to cost sharing. That total impact to your capital projects fund at $81.9 million is not just Penny. About $40 million of that is Penny. The rest of it is TDT, grants, some other things, some funding source to be determined. So a project programmed in a way outer year that we're not reflecting a funding source for. We're saying we intend to do this project. We'll determine funding source later. So impact to Penny is not $81 million, it's $40 million. These are the new project requests that we are recommending to you. It's not a water thing. These are the ones that are impacting Penny, and I'll get into why we're recommending them. Shore Drive Bridge replacement, that is 100% designed. It was designed under a program or a parent project, which is those recurring budget line items for specific programs like bridges, resurfacing, et cetera. So it was incubated under that, designed, and it's ready to bid. So it is a deliverable that we can deliver for Penny 4 today. We can go to bid. So we are recommending it. It is a county impact of $6.8 million to County Penny. Joe's Creek, total cost of $17 million. Estimated impact to Penny's $9.5 million. The delta is anticipated to be grant funded. Starkey Road is a Largo project at $6 million. County's contribution would be $600,000 if you choose to approve it. 46th Street sidewalk, estimated cost is $3.2 million. County Penny impact would be $1.9 million. Fort DeSoto wave attenuation devices, county impact $700,000 out of $3.5 million, the delta of which we anticipated would be funded by grants. So you notice a theme, the bottom 4 bullets, the reason we're recommending them is because there's grant funded associated with them, so our penny dollars can go that much further. Shore Drive is ready to go, and that's why we're recommending that one. Next, we have new project requests that have no net impact to County Penny. Fort DeSoto Main Road paving, Fort DeSoto Trail paving, Philippi Park wastewater collection, Allens Creek Channel 5, Henry Lane repaving, Joe's Creek nutrient separating baffle box. You can see the cost estimates on the screen. They have no net impact to County Penny because there are program or parent projects that were already programmed in the forecast, and so we're reducing those program projects accordingly and building these in. So there's no new impact to Penny. So where does that leave County Penny? Penny 4 ends December 31st, 2029, first quarter of FY30. It's balanced through FY30. Capital Projects Fund's balanced through 31, the 6-year forecast, it's balanced. If we take our Penny 4 revenues and we line them up with our Penny 4 expenditures, which are not, our projects are not completing perfectly at the end of FY30. They'll go on beyond that to FY31 and FY32. If we line them all up, Penny 4 is overextended $44 million or 4.4%. That includes the new project requests I just presented to you, and it includes increases to projects that are already existing. So with everything baked in, it's 4.4% overextended in FY31. Some additional considerations. We have several budget cycles to revisit that, so it's just something to keep on your radar. Our revenue estimates are constantly changing. We're constantly beating our penny revenue estimates every year. In fact, this year alone, we're 2.5% higher than we were last year, which was a record year at $109 million. So we anticipate that that's a future decision point, but it might self-correct itself.
obviously, we're taking a look at all the projects that are out there, and I'm assuming updating with new information, inflationary trends, or maybe not as much, or, so what were you just saying about the 109 million?
So last year, FY23 and FY24, we collected 109 million in county penny, and both were record years.
Okay.
We are 2.5% higher than we were at this point last year, 6 months through the year.
Okay. So how are the projects comparing from this year's estimations versus last year's estimations for the rest of the penny? I mean, are you finding a downward trend in costs? Are they finding an upward trend? Or how detailed are they getting into on these estimates?
Every year the estimates are updated. Every project is methodically gone through and re-estimated. We take a look at what actual prices are in the marketplace and update the estimates. We do have escalation built in. It is the same escalation as last year. And where it leaves you is 4.4% overextended. That is 20 million higher than last year.
But to your point, Commissioner, you're seeing the costs stabilize, so we're not seeing the hyperinflation that we saw a few years ago. Our estimates are also better, and we're really holding our project managers accountable for delivering our projects on time, on budget.
That's the point. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah,
like,
I figured. I mean,
these-
we're and and they'll tell you, Drew, we go through each one of these capital projects in great detail, and again, we had to catch up. A couple of years ago, we made major changes to the estimates because there were both scope changes, okay, where we didn't do a good enough job. I just pick on Palm Harbor. We didn't do a preliminary analysis of the space needs. And so they both had hyperinflation, where they hadn't accounted for cost increases in construction, and the facility got bigger when they went in to do the programming. And so they're doing a much better job of getting the scope right, but also getting the construction cost right. And we're not seeing the hyperinflation that we saw a few years ago.
Yeah, because to the standard escalation of costs would have been a problem had you stuck with those hyperinflation numbers. That's why I was asking, do you kind of readjust each year?
Every year.
And not just make automatic
Every year we meet with Public Works. There's a couple documents that feed into our estimates. FDOT has a Balmoral quarterly and annual report. ENR has a report. So every single year that escalation factor is revisited.
Perfect. Thank you.
Chair? I haven't seen, do we have a reserve for the penny, or are we just?
You have a capital projects reserve that houses penny reserves, yeah.
I mean, I see that we're thinking we have more money coming in, we can add new projects. Maybe we should have some more in reserve so we can make sure we can finish the projects that we started in case there's a.
Yeah, you have a future year reserve. It has about 175 million in it. We're showing overextended 4.4% all the way in FY31. So your reserves and your fund balance is taking you way out into the 6th year of the plan. But if everything held true, we would have to reprioritize projects over other projects. Likely everything won't hold true, and we'll be back here next year. We'll update our revenue estimates and our expenditures again, and we'll be in a new spot. So.
Okay, thanks.
So, assuming penny 5 passes, and we find ourselves overextended still in a couple of years, can those be just projects be pushed into penny 5 then? Yes. Thanks.
These next two graphics show your proposed FY26. We include them every year. These are your planned expenditures for 26. It's showing the same thing. It's showing expenditures, but it's showing it in two different views. The first one is showing you what's going to fund those planned expenditures. So I don't want you to think that this is the revenue you're collecting. It's not. You've already collected a lot of this revenue. This is what the expenditures are going to be in FY26 and how we intend to fund them. You can see penny is a major funding category. TDT next year will be a very large funding source because you have that beach nourishment going on. So that shows one flavor. And then if I fast forward, this is what you're spending those same expenditures on. You can see transportation is your largest category. Normally it's a much larger percent, but next year in particular, you have that TDT, beach nourishment projects going on, and so it's a larger category next year. So if you recall on that previous slide, we talked about that 2017 education campaign. Included in your document is a projects identified during 2017 education campaign. It is the projects that were specifically called out in that education campaign and their statuses. So kind of think of it as our report card for Penny 4. I'm going to give you some updates on specific projects, but the vast majority of them, when you look at it, it's going to show complete or fully programmed. It'll give you a construction start year over to the right. You have a project name. That's what it's called today. You have an original 2017 project name. That's what it was called on the list. Some of them have changed. I'll give you an example, Belcher Road sidewalk. Technically, when you get to that portion of Belcher Road, it's 71st. So now it's called 71st sidewalk improvements. So that's why we have those two categories there.
Question on the projects like that to do them are going to require outside funding, either federal or state funding. I assume we got lists of those as well, and how they would all of a sudden either reprioritize some of these projects out. I mean, I think of something like Dunedin Causeway that may be an $80 million number, and we're trying to get 70 million, let's just say, and we do get it, and then all we have to do is come up with 10 million, and now I guess we have to do that reprioritization each year.
Yeah.
If we get 70 million, something's going to have to go, so we can leverage that money to get that important bridge project done.
Yeah, included in your backup is a budget detail report by department, and it's very granular, and so it's very easy to identify what is unfunded, what is future grant, what is, to be determined.
I haven't gone through that big, thick thing yet, so I'll
Okay.
keep it side of the bed when I need to go to sleep at night.
Yeah. Before I get to those updates for the 2017 list, this is just a quick breakdown of how your penny's shaping up. So you can see under the 2017 column, those are the categories you reported to the citizens in 2017. You can see we've changed since then a little bit. Most things remain the same, but roads, bridges, and trails has increased. Community vitality has decreased. The reason being is the board has decided in previous years to allocate one-time funding to facilities-type projects. And so it's not that you're spending less in community vitality, it's that you're not spending as much penny. If I were to bake that in, it'd be closer to 18% as we communicated to the public. But what that one-time money has allowed us to do is spend more penny on roads, bridges, and trails. So still honoring our 2017 commitments. Finally, I got two more slides where I'll give you a quick update on the 2017 list projects that have statuses that are not completed or fully programmed. First, you have Spring Branch floodplain. The project has been removed from the CIP. It does require coordination with other agencies, and right now we're at an impasse. Stevenson's Creek, Pine Brook Canal, Chenango Ave, all within city limits, and city is to take the lead on those projects. We have Belcher Road. This is no change from last year. FDOT to complete the corridor study. FDOT will take over design and construction. 102nd Ave, no change from last year. Phase 1 is the deliverable for Penny 4. Phase 2 is funded fully for design, but the construction will likely have to be Penny 5. Bel Air roadway improvements, the design, no change from last year, is funded from Penny 4 and then programmed in the outer years as construction to be determined. If Penny 5 were to be renewed, it would become a Penny 5 project. 126 Ave, project funding source is reflected as to be determined. More analysis on economic impact is needed. Anclote Road stormwater, construction is scheduled for the outer years beyond our plan and marked as to be determined, but your PD&E and design is fully funded under Penny 4. And then we have Dunedin Causeway Bridge, which is no change from last year. Design fully funded by Penny, $10.7 million. Construction partially funded by Penny at $42 million. Construction marked to be determined at $70 million. And so that's just to put it on your radar that that is how it's been reflected for the last couple years. And then finally, East Lake Road corridor. You have your PD&E and design fully funded from Penny 4 for the entire corridor. And then broken out in the 4 bullets below are the deliverables for Penny 4 that we're intending to get to. So you have East Lake Road bridges over Brooker Creek, scheduled for 28. You have McMullen Booth bridges over Tampa Road, scheduled for 29. McMullen Booth bridges over the exit ramp over Lake Tarpon Outfall Canal, scheduled for 28. And then finally, Keystone and East Lake Road intersection improvements, scheduled for 27. So I believe that's about $80+ million scheduled for Penny 4. PD&E project development study. I'm sorry. No, it's not.
Project development and
Environmental study. Sorry about that. So just in summary, the capital project fund is balanced for the forecast 6 years. County Penny is balanced through FY30, slightly unbalanced in FY31 at 4%. FY26, which statutorily we have to balance, is balanced. We gave you an update on the 2017 list, and again, all our revenue estimates have been updated and looked at. All our projects have been updated and looked at. And so when you look at it in the aggregate, the documentation that you have before you is where that recommended plan lands. All right, that's all I have for you today.
Any other questions?
I have Kristen Pittman, who's been here since, I believe, 2018. I have Gabriela Gonzalez, who is not here today, unfortunately, who put in, both of them put in so much work on the governmental side. I have my enterprise analyst, James Lewis, and then I have 2 financial analysts, Jillian Preto, she's going to get on me for mispronouncing her last name, and then Tim Crowley. They work wonders, and then we have amazing department contacts, Mona's group in particular, that, I mean, great at estimating and great to work with. So
Yeah, that's a ton of information. Thank you very much. You know, just looking at that, if we could get FDOT to take over Dunedin Causeway, then that solves our shortfall right there.
That's the reason he was being kind and, you know, trying to, where that gap, there's money there, depends on the outcome of that project. That
Right.
You're 100% correct, Commissioner. And the problem with the Dunedin Causeway is it's not going to score well on any of those grant programs.
Right.
I guess something going on with it.
Any other question?
No, I couldn't get into the system anymore. It was just churning.
Oh.
It was just churning, so I was using
Park,
my phone.
State Park,
but
you know,
my
you'd
phone
think
was
we
about
could-
to die. So he just.
People, except for the 200 residents that are out there, everybody else is
And
going
then
to a
his
state
went,
park.
and then hers-
Kelly's been working
It may be because the
on
files are so large, I don't know.
concepts with FDOT on trades,
Here's two
but
of them.
haven't been successful in that yet.
Oh.
I had one question.
Well,
Yeah, right.
Kelly
It's
wasn't
kinda hard to
excited
find
about
out
that when I
on my
mentioned that to her,
But I was
Commissioner.
using my phone because I couldn't get in.
But there's always room for discussion,
Right.
you know. but-
Commissioner Scheer, you have a question?
Yeah, I have one question. Who's the gatekeeper for the penny funds? If
Right there.
If you're the gate, so if one of our departments zeroes out or sends part of its cost of the personnel costs and says this is penny fund, and it goes to the penny fund to get reimbursed, I guess, are you the one that says okay? Or is that?
yeah, if someone charges the penny a penny project, what happens is biweekly we get a report, we review it, and we can make adjustments if for some reason a charge isn't appropriate from a labor perspective.
Okay, thanks.
So they can't tap it without Drew.
I figured somebody was guarding the gate.
Yeah.
I didn't know who it was. Now I know who to talk to.
not just Penny.
It's just a slush fund, Chris.
I'm just wondering. I don't know. I didn't even ask him what bank account it's in. I can't figure that out either.
Commissioner, all those contras you've been asking about, that's that. And not just Penny. His team is looking at all capital. So, yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right.
Okay, Commissioner, so that's the last department today. So at some point this week, we need to go over agenda review. So we can
Yeah.
do that now, or we can put it off for another day. It's really up to you and the
We were doing it
commission.
tomorrow.
You want to
I thought we were doing agenda
Do it
for
tomorrow? Okay, that's fine.
and the prevailing thought seems to be tomorrow.
All righty.
That's right. All right, well, in that case, we will see you all tomorrow at 9:30 and have a great rest of your day.
Ain't this something? It's
All right.
working 9. It's time to go.